use, the gaming feature I used to like cast my iPad disappeared. But the good news is I fixed the color yesterday, or not yesterday, Monday. Remember on the live, like, yeah, the color yellow was black. I uninstalled and reinstalled the app, and that is fixed. Remember on Monday, my taco hat was black. So at least that weird thing was fixed when I had to reinstall the app to get this feature to reappear. Every day, it is another 5 things every time I open TikTok Studio. But I love it. Just kidding, TikTok. It's great. Yay. Love it so much. Wouldn't have it any other way, but it is always amazing to me. Like every day it's a new set. And then again, it's probably me because I'm like, is no one else having these problems, or is it me? So how I'm doing this to myself. Let me get live. I'm just getting live on Twitch and YouTube. I have been screen recording all the latest updates from Capitol Hill as they debate and try to slow down the passage of the big, disgusting bill that is going to rob us all. So that's what we're going to go through is, as you know, the most relevant and important. Oh, good. TikTok Studio, return the reminders to pin live goals. There we go. Okay, TikTok Studio did one good thing this morning. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to finish setting up YouTube, and then I will get this party started. Okay. Hey, Leah. Hey, Steph. It's so nice to see you guys in the YouTube chat every time I open it. It's like comforting in a way. Okay. Give me a second. And please remind me to hydrate. I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off. Also, you know, walking and running 10 miles a day, I'll say just the report on that is doing that at 400, 400 feet of elevation versus say a mile, two different things. So yes, Colorado's elevation is kicking my ass when it comes to running. Also, I realized Phoenix is relatively flat. I'm just walking around on flat ground now. I'm like running up hills, like while like the FedEx cycling team is like racing by me. I'm like, I'm not prepared for this. So Colorado, you are kicking my ass when it comes to running. And I've like brisk walking. I'm like now bringing like 2 inhalers. I did not move to Denver. I have been having, I'm sure this is, I shouldn't even say these things I feel sometimes because it's like we're all going through the same thing. I've been having a very hard time with my mental health and like the 24-hour news cycle. Since Trump was elected, like the last 6 months have been awful. And then Phoenix, it is today, it's like, I think 116 it's going to be. You can't be outside past like 9:30. So it just, for me, a lot of my mental health, or what I use to soothe it is being able to be outside and moving around. And people are just go to a gym. It's part of it is the being outside. So I just thought I would go to Denver for a couple weeks and stay with a friend and see. Well, my therapist thought it would be a good idea. Also, as long as we're being transparent about mental health, I talked about this before. This is the second time I've gone to Denver because of mental health. The first time was in March, and I said, hey, I'm going to do lives from here, and I never did. And that's because, I have PTSD, and I basically sat on the couch and had a week-long PTSD attack. So, which is also part of what I'm working on. So just just to say, actually me being here and functioning and moving around and going to stores and doing all that stuff, it's a big improvement. Like part of my therapy is, it's called exposure therapy. It's getting used to doing things that I don't want to do and that can kind of make me uncomfortable. So this is a part of that, like changing environments, not isolating, because normally I'm always alone, but then the sadder I get, I will become dangerously isolated. So this is me following my therapist's advice and doing the opposite of that. So yeah. Thanks, Gums. I know. And I just want to keep sharing about my mental health because I just don't want anyone to feel like how you're feeling right now. There aren't other people feeling that way. Like, yeah, I think it's weirder if you're not feeling insane. Like, so I just wanted to say that and say, like, hey, I'm right in it with you, like fighting through it. And every day I want to say I'm getting better, but I also want to say my observation is it's like two steps forward, possibly five back. So also don't think like healing is linear. Like just you might get better and then you might get worse as well. So all of that is just I'm right there in it with you. I care about you all. Yeah, Jake from Arizona gets it. Exactly, Jake. Keep fighting the good fight. I'm supposed to return to Arizona on Tuesday, and it's like I already have anxiety because you're just like a prisoner, like in your own home. It is. If you've never felt that kind of heat, and I was born in it, I was made to survive. I've got the melanin for it, but it's hard to deal with. Yeah, empathy. I agree, Molly. Empathy is also a heavy load, and when all like, trust me, there'll probably you might cry today going through all of the what's going on Capitol Hill. Yeah, empathy can. It's like the biggest gift to have empathy, but it can also be taxing. Thanks, Aunt Julie. You're absolutely the best. So I just want everyone to know if you're not okay, in finances, right? Like, I think we're all worried about that too. Like, that's another thing for me. It's like, can I make money doing this? Like, should I get a job? I think everyone's like having these sort of issues. But I do this because I have a PTSD diagnosis and certain things. It's good for me to be able to work from home. Like, I'm much more productive. So anyways, I just want everyone to know if you're mental health suffering, I'm right there with you and it's okay. And then to that point, when I talk about finances and making ends meet, I just wanted to say, I think probably everyone's aware. I posted it in the Discord yesterday. Facts still matter. He's having a very hard time right now with finances. Like, and I talk about this. I come from marketing and advertising. Industry as well. And when things get uncertain, like what Trump's doing with trade policy, and no one can predict the costs inside a large corporation, often the first things that go are marketing and advertising budgets, but not just any. Like, Fax has a marketing consultancy firm, and it's always the marketing consultancy firms, I think, that are cut first in advertising budgets. So I posted it in the Discord yesterday, but if you have a couple extra dollars or if you are blessed and have more and can help Fax out this month, I think like he's looking to pay his mortgage and kind of just breathe a little bit. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember, but a few months ago, he had to put his son in rehab. His daughter's about to go off to university. So there's just a lot of unforeseen expenses that he's facing. And I would say of all creators, I've never seen someone like more selflessly raise money for other people, even when he doesn't have anything himself. So, sorry, at Facts Still Matter. Yeah, his ad is at Facts Still Matter. And then I reposted that post that's in his Discord. So, and that has links to the pay apps. And I'll repost it after again. But again, at Facts Still Matter. I mean, I think we all know Steve. I've done lots of lives with him. He's an amazing part of our community and has been super selfless. So, just in this moment where he needs something from us, I want to make sure that I, talk about it and we can reciprocate because, summer months are super hard and I just can't, I know that burden of like trying to survive when you have an independent marketing business. That is no joke. So anyways, yeah. And I'll probably talk about this more, hopefully. I was just about to say, I was talking, sorry, and Pickles just texted me. I was just about to say something about Pickles, and then he texted me. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And so to that point, Pickles just texted me. I think we were originally, if you remember, while I was in Denver, going to debate on Wednesdays. But since this bill thing is happening today, I think it's much more important that I update us on all the things happening on Capitol Hill. So I think Pickles and I will debate tomorrow and hopefully talk more about this. I'm talking about the Steve thing now and figure out sort of creative solutions and ways we can help Steve out. So I'll probably mention it again, but I just want to keep saying, for someone that is so selflessly helped so many people, like I think that the least we could do is in this moment help him out. So, and I think I feel like there was a couple more things I was going to say, but you know how my mind works. So I will think of them later and interrupt another line of logic to talk about them then. What? Sorry, I'm just pulling up Discord really quick and getting my outline open, and then we will truly get this party started because, man, this is like the hump day to end all hump days. It's okay to cry while we go through it. It's okay. Laugh so you don't cry. I'm going to laugh, but if I cry, don't judge me because this is some very dark that we have to go through today, truly. And I'm kind of thinking about the order. Okay, so like usual, I'm going to start out just reading a couple things before we get to all the clips of the debate and the dissent on Capitol Hill. I love the debates in the Rules Committee in the House. Because I'll talk about this. Well, I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk or read briefly about the bill leaving the Senate. And I want you guys to think about it. On Monday, I showed a lot of the clips. We're doing the same thing we did on Monday, pretty much now on the People's Receipts. But I just want you to compare in your mind. So on Monday, I was showing from Sunday and Monday the debates, and sorry about my nail polish. Don't judge me. I'm eating off my nail polish from stress. But on Sunday and Monday, it was the debates about this bill on the Senate floor, right? And I can't stop thinking about this, and I think about it all the time. It's like, and maybe it's because the House members are younger. On average, they get elected every 2 years. So maybe they're more vulnerable and have to answer to their constituents more often. But it's just when I watch debates on the Senate floor versus the House floor, I will always say the House cares more. They fight harder. They're more aggressive. They have less to lose. I also just think and I've brought this up before, I have this theory that because the average age of the House is much lower, and some of these people in the House have known nothing but Trumpian politics, like Maxwell Frost. Like they've grown up in this age of just Trump is a pathological liar, and they understand how to fight against Trump, which is aggressive straight at him. And it's like, I will be the first one to say, like, hey, I see a lot of improvements in the Senate, but doesn't it always still seem like they don't care? They're just a little bit too removed from this. We'll get to Maxwell Frost. I'm saying this for a reason. Maxwell Frost, you guys know how much I love Maxwell Frost. He follows me. A couple of Congress people follow me, but when Maxwell Frost followed me, I was like, this is the best moment of my life. I love him. And he, in the Rules Committee at late at night, went off and got in a fight with old, I always say the ghost of Margarine Taylor Greene's future. Margarine in 20 years will be Virginia Fox, who's the chair of the Rules Committee. Oh my God. Maxwell Frost. And he's like, I'm not sorry. And she's like, you need to be sorry. Take it back. He's like, well, I'm not. It was oh, no, don't worry. I'm going to show it to you. Don't you worry. You know me. I was up. I'm always lurking around, recording screen. I'm just so proud of him. Oh, I love Angela Alsobrooks. I'm not saying every senator, but Angela Alsobrooks is new to the Senate, right? She won the most expensive Senate race in history, I'm pretty sure, in Maryland. But yeah, I have a lot of interesting things to show you, but I just feel like the House fights harder, louder. They have more to lose. I don't know. That's just my personal observation. But let's talk really quick about how Never again can we ever trust Lisa Murkowski, and she probably should stay in Alaska and not come back down to the lower 48 because she's gross. So when the Senate, I just want to point out when the final vote, the bill left the Senate, right, to return to the House because they made so many egregious amendments to it that it has to be debated in the House. It was tied. I want to make sure I get Susan Collins, Rand Paul, and Tom Tillis voted against the bill. So it was a 50-50 tie, and creepy couch boy J.D. Vance broke the tie in the Senate. So it left the House 51-50. And 51-50, that's where we're all headed if this madness doesn't stop. Aunt Julie and I were like texting later today. We're like, can you make a reservation in the same insane asylum? If you don't know what a 51-50 is and why I think it's funny that the bill left the Senate 51-50, that's the code, like the police code for an involuntary psych hold. Some people know what I'm talking about. Like, it's a trip. It's like a 72-hour trip to the grippy sock motel. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. If you don't, be glad you don't know. Okay. Nope, Dale. Don't start, Dale. I just unblocked you a week ago. I'm telling you, Dale, don't start. And when I say Dale, I'm talking about David, whose real name is Dale, in the comments, the orange D. I'm telling you, you just got on. You've been unblocked for 6 days, and you will be blocked again if you start. This is your warning. Nobody cares. Nobody cares, Dale. Before you type, you need to think, hey, does anyone care about what I have to say? And just assume, no one does. And please, 6 days, Dale. We were doing so well. Don't start now. Anyway, oh no. Exactly, Dale. I'm going to probably debate with Pickles tomorrow. Come see me. Come see me. We'll talk about it then. But right now we got to get through some stuff. Hey, let's tap the screen. Sorry. Oh, we're only at 10K. We need to get to 50K. Never a better day to tap the screen. It's the only thing we literally have control over. It's quite sad. And then, okay, so sorry, I'm just reading. And if I just wanted to show this because I love these things. And if you are a Midas Touch, get the full ones. I remember when this bulletin started. I'm telling you, if you have a job and you don't have time to follow the 24-hour news cycle, or for your mental health, you don't want to, this is the best news update out there. I remember when Ron Filipkowski started this and there were 0 people reading it. I think the circulation is up to like 350,000. And I think he does it about 4 times a week, just not when he has a podcast, and he only does one for the weekend. But if you're looking for like, hey, where can I really figure out, and not like mainstream for-profit media what's going on, but where is there some sort of like newsletter like where I can figure this stuff out, I highly recommend this newsletter. To get the full newsletter on the weekends, you can get the weekend one, you can get the full one, but otherwise I think you get like 30 or 40% of it. But if you are looking for a place to get your news, I mean, just Ron Filipkowski does an amazing job just really digging into the real news. If you don't know who he is, I mean, prior to Midas Touch, he's a defense lawyer. He worked for Ron DeSantis, former Republican turned never Trumper, one of the most brilliant political strategists I've ever been around. So I just can't recommend this enough. I just want to say that because I make so much reference to the stuff in here that I always want to make sure I credit my sources. So again, this is just what I went over, that bill was tied 50-50. And if stupid, I'm sorry, I feel like overly emotional. I shouldn't call someone stupid. If Senator Lisa Murkowski could have just done what was best and voted correctly, that bill would have never left the Senate. But anyways, I just want to read some things before I show the clips, because I have some clips of her losing her mind. But oopsies. Get back here. Let me center this again. Here. Lisa Murkowski was the holdout vote that was going to decide this, and she's trying to like spin weird narratives otherwise. Sorry, Lisa. Like, some of us are still in reality and understand what you've done. And she continued to make deals as everyone waited in order to benefit Alaska while selling out the rest of the country. Remember, this is the senator. Then rather than saying, hey, it's 42% of babies are born and funded by Medicaid. 50% of children in America their health insurance is Medicaid. Veterans are going to lose from this bill. The disabled, all sorts of people will miss out. Instead of saying this is an inhumane bill that's going to punish the average American, she's like, hey, let me get a carve out for just Alaska, right? She tried to orchestrate a backdoor deal where like SNAP cuts would not hit Alaska. And the Senate parliamentarians like, no, this is illegal and we're not doing that. So she didn't even get that, but obviously we'll get into what she did get, which one thing we know is watch out, whales. I'm obsessed with cetacean. Whales, stay away from Alaska, because Lisa Murkowski has given tax credits to people that unalive whales, which is unbelievable. Oh, Matt Raid, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. You guys know how I feel about Matt, and yesterday's live was so fun. Glad you guys are here, and thanks for hanging out yesterday.
More sophisticated.
I know I saw it. Thank you guys. Thank you so much, Matt Raid. Love you all, and I'm so glad you are here. Let's all keep tapping the screen. I feel like we are not tapping enough, and then if everyone could share the live with like 10 people, that would be helpful. I know we have a lot of different lives going on. Or Matt switched his live time. I forgot, which actually is going to benefit me on Tuesdays. I'm happy about that. Thank you, Matt Raid. Glad you guys are here. We're about to go through all the latest clips on Capitol Hill of people, the floor debate for the big disgusting bill. So the bizarre thing is that after she voted for it, this is the weirdest thing so Lisa Murkowski knows how garbage this bill is. After she votes for it, she basically says she hopes it doesn't pass the House. Then don't vote for it, and it wouldn't even be in the House. I'm so tired of spineless Republicans. This should never be forgotten. And the sad part is, here's the dilemma we're in now. If we hate Lisa Murkowski and we want her to leave, is that a good idea, or will she just be replaced with a crazier Republican? I don't know. It's wild to even think about it. Here's the quote. My hope is that the House is going to look at this and recognize we're not there yet. Yeah, we weren't there when you sold out and voted for it, weirdo. Asked why she voted for the bill if it needs work, Murkowski said, voting against would have killed OBBB. Kill it and it's gone. There is one big, beautiful bill if you're like, what the F is that? There is a tax impact coming forward that's going to hurt people in my state. This is the most disingenuous pile of BS I've ever heard. Keep in mind, this artificial deadline of July 4th is not real. Trump made this up because he wants to throw himself a party on Friday. I'm so tired of mediocrely intelligent Republican senators inventing, I was going to say inventing narratives, but just pathologically lying. Oh, here she is here she is herself. She kind of looks like a scared bird. Murkowski was then asked about Rand Paul saying that she got a bailout for Alaska to buy her vote. She glared at the reporter for about 20 seconds before answering angrily, I find that offensive. I find a bunch of people unaliving from losing health insurance, particularly children, to be offensive. So I guess we all find things offensive. I advocated for my state's interests. I make no excuses for doing that. I just want to point out that, I could see this. And I said this on Monday. I said, hey, I'm sure she's probably thinking, hey, I see which way the wind's blowing and I'm going to do what I can for my constituents. But remember, she could have stopped this bill in its tracks. With her vote, with a no vote from her, this bill never would have left the Senate. Period. So everything she's saying is just her making up a bunch of excuses. She's like, do I like this bill? No. I know that many parts of the country will not be advantaged by this bill. I don't like that. People don't forget, Lisa. Good luck to you. I'm not going to read too much more of this. There's just one other thing I want to show you that one of my favorite Again, I don't love the Washington Post, but there's some great journalists there. And I always say follow the journalists. That way, when Trump gets them fired, you can find them on Substack. I love Jeff Stein, and I thought this was the most concise way to explain this bill and how disgusting it is. So Jeff Stein's a reporter for the Washington Post. He said, here is roughly how I'd try to break down the massive Senate tax bill to a friend. He's just saying like, hey, if I had to simplify this while explaining it to someone, here's what I'd say. And I was like, oh yeah, this is good. 1, extending/increasing prior GOP tax cuts with broad reach, larger standard deduction, raises child benefit $2K to $2.2K per kid, rate cuts across income bracket, cost $2.5 trillion. Bracket 199A changes, estate tax exemption, which is just, I can't, lifted to 15 million. I can't even read this without wanting to throw up. Cost $1 trillion. That's just rich people being able to pass on their wealth to their children without being taxed. I can't. 3, Trump 2024 campaign grab bag deduction for seniors. It wasn't that, hold on. And I don't like this part of it because Trump didn't campaign on deduction for seniors with tons of caveats. What he campaigned on was senior citizens aren't going to have to pay Social Security tax. That's what I heard. But hey, whatever. No tax on tips, which is AOC. I'll show you in a minute. Again, we're going to go over all the dissent on the House floor against this bill. AOC, she's a former bartender. She went off on the no tax on tips thing. I love her. Car interest deduction cost $500 billion. Again, MAGA, who can't do math, all of these things add to the deficit. We are bringing in less revenue and spending more. Tax breaks or business tax breaks, expensing, research and development, etc., cost $500 billion. Funding for immigration enforcement and military budget costs, which we already funded this before. And Kristi Noem's already out of money again. I was reading, and I'm not going to do it. I don't want to take the Trump bait and get distracted from this bill and us being robbed. But I was reading an article. Alligator Alcatraz, Trump's literal shanty town with indoor chain link fences that's already flooding because it's built in a swamp and the plumbing doesn't work. It's costing us $450 million a year. $450 million a year. Oh yeah, already flooding. Look up the videos. It is vile. It looks like a sewage pickup and no one is even in there. It's costing $450 million a year.
That paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
Yeah, and someone said from FEMA money, which I don't want to say that's not true, but I just hate to get in that, it's like Trump used to lie and be like, they're taking your disaster relief money, giving it to immigrants. Well, I guess Trump is again. The only person that's actually ever done that is Trump. But I just want to say this is a separate FEMA bucket from disaster relief. But Trump did once take money from the disaster relief bucket and use it for immigration. He's the only person that has done that, even though he kept accusing Joe Biden of it, because there's different FEMA buckets. Anyways, major safety net cuts targeting Medicaid and food stamps, work requirements, new cost sharing, paperwork requirements, savings, $1.3 trillion. Thank you so much. And if I miss someone subscribing, I appreciate it. By the way, we're trying to get to 420 subscriptions. Usually I'm at 500, but I had to take a little mental health break. So if you would like to subscribe or buy a subscription for someone else, that's that star in the bottom left-hand corner. We are only at 35K. We need to tap that screen aggressively and then that arrow in the bottom right corner. If everyone could share the live with 10 people. If you don't have anyone to share it with, just push the copy link button once you push that arrow, and that counts as a share. And we'll get into the Medicaid thing because I suggest everyone watch John Oliver's show on HBO Max because he might be a quote unquote comedian, but he's also one of the best journalists I've ever seen. If you understand the model for the Medicaid cuts, it has to do with Georgia's Medicaid system, which has work requirements. And he did an amazing segment about this and the audit about Georgia's work requirements. And it's very similar to them changing things for Social Security, shutting down Social Security offices, shutting off the phone lines for Social Security. Because the real point is, and what has happened in Georgia is, it's not that people can't meet the work requirements and aren't working. That's not what the problem is. It's that the system is impossible to maneuver. Thank you so much. Someone said, please, I love when you're live. It makes my day. Thank you. You make my day too. And actually, I'm probably going to get a campaign violation. What? I'm not running for anything, but I'm just going to show you the video because I think it's important actually to understand what they're doing. The Medicaid cuts, when they say, oh, don't worry. First of all, it's children on Medicaid who can't work that are getting their Medicaid cut. But I do think it's important. I just want to show you this segment of what the point is. The point is not that people don't meet work requirements already. Thank you, Anne-Marie, for subscribing. W. Anne-Marie in the chat. Amazing. The point is not that people can't meet the work requirements or the training requirements or the, job search requirements. It's that it's impossible to submit them, right? And so people give up in frustration and no longer have. I know I'm going to get a copyright violation. I'm sorry in advance, YouTube, but it's just too good of information, and I haven't heard anyone else explain this effectively. He owns an auto repair shop and can't afford health insurance is the first thing wrong with this scenario. And just remember, this man is the face. This is Georgia's Medicaid system that has work requirements. And this is what the Republicans modeled it's okay, it's just work requirements off of. And by the end of this explanation, this man no longer has Medicaid not because he's not working, but because it's impossible to do the paperwork online around the work requirement. Understand what this woman is saying. She's saying, this is the system. This is the way Georgia kicks people off Medicaid with fake work requirements. People meet the work requirements, but submitting them every single month is impossible to the point where it just falls off and they can't do it anymore. And this doctor is saying, and believe me, I was one of these people. I always talk about, I was a Division I athlete, like completely able-bodied, never had a problem in my life. 5 years ago, I was in a coma and almost died. Like, there is no way possible I could do this to keep my Medicaid insurance. I had atrophied to nothing. I literally couldn't lift a soup can up. Like, I mean, you're talking about people who don't know where they are. Like, I can't express to you enough, like, that this is delusional. This doctor is saying, hey, I have patients. I have to say AM and PM on the bottles, or they can't figure out which medication to take. And then they make this twisty, windy path of paperwork requirements online that no one can understand. The same thing they've done by shutting Social Security offices, shutting down the phone line, making it harder and harder for people to claim benefits that they've been taxed on and deserve. This is what the federal government is doing. That we're talking about Georgia's Medicaid program that the Republicans have modeled the future. Sorry, I don't know why it cut out at the end, but anyways. Yeah. So again, this is the state Georgia program that Republicans modeled the new federal Medicaid program after. And if you heard what he said, the most important part of that is that the majority of the money that this is costing, which is exorbitant amounts, is going towards quote unquote consulting fees. This is a grift, right? Republican politicians in Georgia are giving kickbacks to their corporation friends, and few people are even enrolled in this. Get excited. And when people try, the site crashes over and over and over, which is exactly what they're trying to do with Social Security. Frustrate people out of even trying to claim the benefits that they qualify for. Welcome to hell. This is America. Again, half of the children in America are on Medicaid, and this is the system they modeled this after. Now, let me get back to today's president. That was just a side clip I never showed you guys on Monday, but I think it's important to understand what they're modeling this entire thing after and how expensive. They don't save any money. And oh yeah, and let me just say this again, even though I've said it so many times and nothing has changed with Republicans and their cognitive dissonance, you're not saving any money when you kick people off Medicaid, right? Just understand, when people show up in emergency rooms and are uninsured, who do you think pays for that? We do. Tax dollars, we pay for it. We still pay for it. When undocumented immigrants have no health insurance, who pays for it? The federal government. It's just those fees are much higher than when someone has some type of insurance program, which again, and we'll get into this because I keep hearing this lie. There are no undocumented immigrants on Medicaid. There are 11 states that have state-funded programs separate from federal dollars, because God, MAGA, if you just do a Google search, you have a supercomputer, right? And there's 1.5 million people, I think, across 11 states who are undocumented, who will lose state-funded health insurance, right? These are state-funded programs. And now, why would that be a good idea? Exactly what I just described. We're paying for it anyways. Undocumented immigrants show up to the ER. You can't let them unalive. It's the Hippocratic Oath. So either if they have some sort of state-funded insurance, it's a lot cheaper, the end bill that taxpayers have to pay in states and the federal government, than if they have no insurance. It's the same reason in Arizona why we started allowing undocumented immigrants to get licenses. Why would that be a good idea? Or to get liability coverage, because we have so many people in Arizona causing car accidents and being uninsured, and that just screws American citizens over. It's much better to have licensed people who have the option to buy insurance, buying insurance. Oh my God. We have an idiot. Okay, I'm going to say this once more. People whose brains don't work. If you spam the chat, I will block you. This is not a live for idiots. This is a place for people whose brains work. So continue spam. You get one warning. If you continue spamming the chat saying dumb things and distracting people, then I block you. Okay, well, you did it again. I don't know if that's fair and if you received the warning, but I really don't have time for this. Like, I can't have people distracting other people right now. So, and again, I hope Charlie Kirk thinks Charlie Kirk is dumb. I hope Charlie Kirk doesn't like me. Like, Charlie Kirk is a liar. Like, please, that's so embarrassing. Old horse gums doesn't like me. Thanks. That's horrible. How will I ever recover from that information? I think that just means I'm doing my job correctly. Anyways, yeah, I'm just saying this really. It's not that I don't want MAGA in here to listen and to learn something. It's just you can't. This is, during debates, like being trolled and stuff, I actually find it entertaining and funny. Like, now is not the time, though. We have important things to go over. So if you can't listen quietly without saying asinine things, then you're just going to have to go, especially today of all days. This is where people who can do math are talking about how your idiocy is robbing us all. Oh, and I wanted to play this video, you guys know, and I'm just going to, my corgi, thank you. Oh, wait, or is that like a Shiba Inu? I don't even know. That kind of it looks like a cross between two dogs. I love that. Thank you so much. a lot of senators and congresspeople have made, or different congresspeople have made these types of videos, but I just think, I'll say this again and again, if I had my choice of candidate for the next presidential election to represent the Democratic Party, it would be Senator Chris Murphy. I have followed every single thing he's done since Trump has been elected, and I just think he is firing on all cylinders, and we can't lose this election. He's unbelievably electable. So this is my choice. He made this video, I think yesterday, and I was like, I've got to play this for them. Like, this is why I love him.
I am shaking with fury over what just happened. That's the most monstrous piece of legislation I've ever voted on in my time in Congress. What do those Republican senators go back and tell their constituents that they did? In the final speech, the only thing they mentioned was the money for the border. But what more can they do? They've already militarized the border. They've already created an immigration police state. They didn't mention anything about the fact this bill kicks 17 million people off of their health care. There are going to be thousands of people who die in this country because they lose their access to health care. There'll be tens of thousands of other lives that are needlessly destroyed. This is the biggest cut in child nutrition in the history of the country, I think. There are going to be moms and dads who literally watch their children go hungry.
Never again, MAGA claim to be pro-life. 50% of children in this country, I actually think it's a little higher, are on Medicaid. 50%. 50%. Never again claim to be. I mean, mathematically, you've never been pro-life. Ever. And we, those of us who can read and do math do know that. But now, I mean, every day your lies and like delusions become more hypocritical. You guys are a joke.
And why? Because they wanted to pad the pockets of Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago friends. That's the only reason that they are throwing people off of health care, that they are rendering little children hungry so that some billionaire can get an extra $200,000 tax cut. It's just repulsive what they did. Now, it hasn't passed the House. There is a small but not insignificant chance that we can stop this bill before it gets to the president's desk. So let's get to work. Let's keep fighting. Let's not give up. Even if it does pass the House, then we have to tell the world what they did. We have to make sure that every single senator, every single congressman who voted for this from a swing state or a swing district never sets foot in this building again. This is a moral abomination, what they just did. And for what? For what? Just to make the lives of the rich and famous a little bit easier? So we'll do our work. I'm not giving up. I'm going to do everything I can to stop this bill from passing the House of Representatives. And it has real issues as it heads to the House of Representatives. But if it does become law, we're going to make sure these people pay politically for what they did. I am.
Amen. And this is why, if I could have anyone run for president, this is my guy. And trust me, because I know every single thing he's done and since Trump has been elected. And I'm telling you, he's the guy. And I'm not going to get too bogged down in, there's some other senators and things that have said some good things, but I don't want to get too bogged down in it. I also don't want to get too bogged down in the Elon Musk mess. If we have time for it, I'll come back to it. I really want to start focusing on the clips that have to do with the debate going on in the House. But first, I do want to just actively shame Senator Lisa Murkowski from Alaska, who sold us all out and was the deciding vote that passed this bill out of the Senate. This is that moment. I was kind of reading you guys quotes from it where she makes a bunch of excuses, obfuscates. Yeah, she's just, I don't like her anymore.
Out there. Senator Paul said that that your vote was a bailout for Alaska at the expense of the rest of the country.
Oh my God.
That's what Senator Paul said.
Who tried to negotiate a bailout for Alaska while hanging every other state out to dry. I mean, this is well documented. I love the look. Like, how could you accuse me of something that I absolutely did?
We've got the
I didn't say it, ma'am. I'm just asking for your response.
My response is I have an obligation to the people of the state of Alaska. And I live up to that every single day.
I just think it's important to note that the bailout she tried to carve out, the Senate parliamentarian said no to. It was only for SNAP, and she didn't get it. So she voted yes and effed over everyone in Alaska. They're going to lose Medicaid, they're going to lose SNAP, and she still voted yes for like a tax deduction for whaling. For people unaliving whales is what her price ended up being in the end. So you got nothing. You tried. And when the Senate parliamentarian said no to the SNAP, even though you're still selling everyone in your state out on Medicaid, still. And in the end, you got zero and sold them out anyways. Watching her, it's like, and this is a person who's regularly demonstrated she knows right from wrong, right? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, they all do, but her like, what? I can't believe you would say this about me is honestly one of the most frustrating things I've ever watched. Just be like, yeah, I did it. I'm scared of Trump. She said it before. She said it. That she's scared of him. Just say, like, I have no spine and I bent over and I effed everyone in this country over because I'm terrified.
I fight for my state's interests, and I make sure that Alaskans are understood. I work hard to take care of a state that has more unique situations, more unique people, and it's just different. And so when people suggest that federal dollars go to one of our 50 states in a, quote, bailout, I find that offensive.
First, okay, you tried to do that and didn't even accomplish it. Alaska, she got you nothing except for, I guess, people unaliving whales get a tax break. She sold you guys out for nothing. You're all losing your Medicaid and your SNAP. And she's like, I find this offensive. I find your negotiating skills offensive. Like, I find your righteous indignance offensive. I find the never-ending insults to all of our intelligence offensive. Like, what world are we effing living in?
I advocated for my state's interests. I will continue to do that, and I will make no excuses for doing that. Do I like this bill? No, because I tried to take care of Alaska's interests. But I know that in many parts of the country, there are Americans that are not going to be advantaged by this bill. I don't like that. I don't like the fact that we moved through an artificial deadline, an artificial timeline to produce something to meet a deadline rather than to actually try to produce the best bill for the country. But when I saw the direction that this is going, you can either say, I don't like it and not try to help my state, or you can roll up your sleeves.
And roll up your sleeves and do what, Lisa? Get nothing in the end and still vote yes? I just want to explain the math again because I think even MAGA can understand this. And especially if any MAGA is listening in Alaska, I think you should elect someone who has a spine and actually understands how to negotiate. Again, she didn't save any SNAP or any Medicaid. She tried. That was struck down. I just want to be clear. There was a 50-50 tie when this bill left the Senate that J.D. Vance broke. If she had voted no, then they would have gone back to the drawing board in the Senate and she had a chance to get something for you. She got nothing, was the deciding vote, and folded like a lawn chair. Sorry, and I just want to be, I don't want to scare anyone if you're just joining. I'm talking about Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska selling her whole state out and America and getting nothing in return but a tax break for people who unalive whales. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when the bill left the Senate. What's going on currently is the bill is being debated on the floor in the House. They have to vote on the rule. And then after that, which, if you understand, that's a technicality of the House, like the Rules Committee has to move the bill out of the Rules Committee. And then they have to vote on the overall bill after that later. So yeah, those things have not happened yet. Sorry, I don't want to scare anyone. I'm talking about if this woman who's saying, I was negotiating for my constituents, well, you're effing horrible at it and they should get someone who knows how to do it in place. Because you tried, the Senate parliamentarian said what you tried to do was illegal, which saved no one on Medicaid, by the way. It was only for SNAP. And then you got nothing except for a tax break for people who unalive whales. And you voted yes anyways. And I'm trying to tell people she was the deciding vote. If she was really advocating for people in her state, she would have said, no, I didn't get what I want. So I'm a no. That's how, that's how sane people who negotiate work, right? It's like a game of chicken and you have to have the fortitude to play the game. Like, she's terrible. And thank you, Jen, for the sub. WGen in the chat for the gifted sub, especially if you got it. Thank you so much. The sub goal is 420 today, which hopefully we can end this live then and I'll just check out for a couple hours. Thank you guys so much. Again, this is my Cash App and Venmo. If you would like to support me, this is my job. All of this research I do takes me hours to put these clips together for the people's receipts. And yeah, this is my job. It's like being a teacher. So most of the work happens that you don't see it. If you would like to support me, it would be much appreciated. Okay. Again, we listened to this whole clip, yeah. But I just want to point out, Lisa Murkowski is now a liar, a terrible negotiator who didn't save any SNAP or any Medicaid for her state and still sold her state out and the rest of the country and is now tap dancing, trying to convince people that she did something good. Like, I mean, whatever she thinks she's getting for her state, other than the tax break for people who unalive whales, nobody knows. And yeah, I'd promise people things that weren't in writing too. Okay, so let's move on. Let me close this really quick because I'm not going to harp to, I don't want to, I think the next things are Elon Musk clips. And I think we all know Elon Musk is still fighting. Oh, no, I forgot. I did screen record this. Okay, perfect. I did screen record it. Let me show you, because I just want to be clear. Lisa lying Senator Murkowski, senator from Alaska, didn't get anything from her state. And then I was like trying to find a clip of someone talking about how devastated the people of Alaska were going to be. And I found one.
In order to make up for this cost-shifting legislation, Alaska would need to find its already stressed budget hundreds of millions of dollars for Medicaid and tens of millions for SNAP. Such cuts could not come at a worse time. We're already struggling to stabilize our budget amid sharply lower oil revenue and a decade of out-migration. If this bill passes, it will mean less money for road maintenance and snow clearing, larger K-12 class sizes, school closing, and the defunding of state public safety agencies. Alaska cannot afford to lose health care funding. Our state is near the top of the list for the highest rates of suicide, tuberculosis, and sexually transmitted infections in the nation. It is also severely lacking in adequate behavioral health services. The cuts will only make these problems worse. And on the point for roads, money for roads, if there is less money for roads.
This is Lisa Murkowski voted yes, and this is what she has damned the people of Alaska to. They need hundreds of millions of dollars they absolutely don't have to make up for these cuts so billionaires and corporations can have more. And Lisa Murkowski has the nerve to then gaslight her constituents and try to convince them she has somehow negotiated a good deal for them. You would have to be pretty not smart to believe that was in any way the case. Like, I don't know what else to say. Okay, that being said, I have some other good clips. Thank you so much. Love you too. I have some other clips, but I want to get to the debates on the House floor, which I peppered in also with the debates in the Rules Committee that were going on to like 2 a.m. Yes. Rules Committee is the gatekeeper before a bill gets to the House floor. That's why you'll hear people saying vote no on the rule. That's because there can be no vote on the bill in the House before they vote yes on the rule. So just understand, those are the 2 final steps. I saw someone in the chat ask if this has to go back to the Senate. It depends on if they make changes, right? Like if they keep it as it left the Senate, what the Senate approved with their votes, then no, right? If they just vote on this, and that's what Trump wants. Trump absolutely does not want this bill to go back to the Senate. He wants this bill, the rule to be voted on, it to pass, and then he wants this bill voted on and it to pass no later than tomorrow, because he wants to spend millions of dollars throwing himself a party on the 4th of July. Just to be clear. Do you believe Massey really got enough reps to stop the bill? That's a good question. Well, I just want to say this. I don't want to get too far in the weeds on Elon Musk antics, but Elon Musk has started donating money to Thomas Massey, which I love, because Thomas Massey seems to be the only Republican that can accurately do math. So good for Thomas Massey getting some campaign money, because Trump is threatening to primary him. And actually, I would love, because you guys know how much time I spend on X, so you don't have to. I would love to, if we have time later, to take you through the timeline of what Elon Musk has been up to, because it is crazy. And watching Trump be like, Trump is basically now saying he's going to send Doge after Elon, which this is another example of how MAGA's brain doesn't work. Okay. Now, let me help you, MAGA. I'm going to try to help you out here. I know it's not going to work. We already just need to accept, no matter how slowly we explain it, they can't figure anything else out. Trump put the richest man in the world, an unelected billionaire, in charge of rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. We know that Elon did nothing of the sort, stole a bunch of data, then just obliterated agencies that were investigating him and other billionaires. Okay? Now Trump is admitting that Elon Musk is a fraud who actually is, in holding government contracts that could be considered waste, fraud, and abuse, which I think a lot of us have said from the actual start. If you actually wanted to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, you'd have to look into the defense contracts going to billionaires. I think we've all said that for a long time. And for some reason, no one actually looked where the real waste, fraud, and abuse was. So you now have a president who is now actually admitting, which, I mean, we all knew this, but this is how dumb MAGA is. MAGA's like, oh, Elon's rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. He actually just cost us more money. Now Trump is admitting that Elon Musk is a fraud who he possibly wants to deport. And if he doesn't deport, is going to send Doge after him to root out his waste, fraud, and abuse, which was the point we all made. Everything Democrats have said, because Trump is some narcissist, like in a fight with another narcissist, now Trump is admitting. It cost billions of dollars what Elon Musk did. He accomplished nothing. And Trump is now admitting it. And you guys are still sitting there saying, yeah, the guy that says men shouldn't wear makeup, yet puts makeup on every morning, makes perfect sense to me. It's an indictment on MAGA. Your brains do not work. Someone whose brain worked would be saying, this is a shit show. I'm not going to help the rich steal from me, to home invade me, to take from me so they can have more. That's what somebody who could follow a line of logic would now be saying. But none of you are. You're cheering on your own home invasion. Like, it's fascinating. So that being, I know none of you will get it, and there's no point in even mentioning it, but I'll just keep shaming you until maybe one of you gets it. Anyways, let's move on to the debates that are happening on the House floor today, and then also the debates in the Rules Committee. It's kind of intermittent. I love Jim McGovern. Can I just say that? The gentleman from Massachusetts, Jim McGovern, who also happens to be the ranking member of the Rules Committee, he is doing an amazing job today.
So I say to my Republican colleagues, what's wrong with you people? In this bill, you provide a $2 billion tax break for gun silencers, but you cut SNAP benefits for vulnerable families, which, by the way, is on average $2 per person per meal. Jesus Christ, what are you people thinking? I reserve my time.
He has had so many hilarious and 125% accurate outbursts today. Like, I wish I could just have a compilation of every time he shamed Republicans today. Yeah. Don't worry, though, for all the really rich people with tanning beds, the excise tax is gone. Thank you for pointing that out. That's funny. Yeah, don't worry. But you don't have to pay excise tax on tanning beds anymore because some billionaire who wants skin cancer asked for it.
And an attack on this most basic, effective program that is about food. You can live without a lot of things, but you can't live without food. So, Mr. Speaker, for those Republicans who think that it's okay to give Jeff Bezos a tax cut and at the same time cut food benefits for struggling families, let me say clearly, we don't share the same values. We don't share the same values. Unloading billions of dollars in new costs on states, money they do not have, will force them to cut benefits and throw needy people off of SNAP. It is a rotten thing to do. And I believe there's a special place in hell for people who take food away from veterans, from seniors, from children, from former foster youth, and from hungry families. This is sick. This is disgusting. I yield back.
Preach. Jim McGovern is, you guys know how much I love him. If you watch the People's Receipts, you know how much I love this man because he's never wrong. Thank you, Jen. I wish we were all on that patch of sand underneath a palm tree outside the jurisdiction of this hellscape. And believe me, everyone, we're going to probably cry by the time this is over. The stuff going on the House floor is unreal. Deborah, thank you for the $5. Wish I could send more. Thanks for the education. Thank you so much. Like, $5 is a lot. Like, trust me. And thank you. I appreciate you. Okay. Oh yeah. This is a doctor. Oh wait, I don't want to get this wrong because I cut the first part out because there's a lot of kind of stuff we don't need to hear. This is an ophthalmologist who is speaking and giving firsthand accounts of patients who are kicked off Medicaid, right? Like, if you have glaucoma, because this is something I feel like is in my family, all you need to treat glaucoma are some eye drops. But if you don't, you go blind, right?
Dr. Eileen Conti. I've been an ophthalmologist for almost 30 years. I live in Chester, New Jersey, which is Congressional District 7. My family and I, especially my sister Colleen in Vermont, we've been watching your podcast for almost 2 years now. So thanks again for having it. I wanted to tell you a story that sticks in my mind that is very pertinent for these dark times. One of the many diseases I treat in my practice is glaucoma. And I have many patients that have glaucoma, which can lead to blindness if untreated. One patient in particular sticks in my mind because she was being treated with eye drops. And when I didn't see her for months and months and then a year and over a year, I was wondering what happened to her. When we finally saw her again, she said she had lost her Medicaid, so wasn't able to get her drops. and therefore she is now blind in one eye. If there are massive Medicaid cuts, millions of people will not just lose their vision, but much worse health issues will not be able to be taken care of if people do not have health insurance. So I am urging the congressmen and women, including our rep Tom Keene, to please not vote for the big, not beautiful bill. If Medicaid cuts are made, millions of people will be affected negatively. So please, I urge you not to vote for it.
50% of children, the pro-life Republicans, 50% of children are on Medicaid. These are the people rolling back child labor laws. They have children in meat packing plants in the South. And I mean, the least pro-life people in this country, the fake Christians, don't ever claim to me you follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. Oh wait, I'm sorry. You guys can't read. Maybe that's why you're confused about what the teachings of Jesus Christ are. This is the literal opposite of that. As someone who has read the Bible cover to cover, who grew up in extreme evangelicalism, Bible quiz champion, Assemblies of God, just saying. You need to learn to read. Oh, wait, we're defunding the Department of Education. I don't know how you're going to do that. And then you need to pick up your Bible, which you claim you have, but I doubt it. And you need to actually read Jesus's words and see if kicking the poor, the middle class, children, pregnant women that need to, 42% of births are funded by Medicaid. And again, even if you have separate insurance and you're like, yeah, I'm pulling myself up by the bootstraps. Nope. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hospitals are closing across the country. You won't even be able to find a hospital to go to. Hope you don't have an emergency. I hope you're not hemorrhaging. I hope you don't have a heart problem, because you will be, I believe, the average. I was talking about this in the health desert in the South, particularly the maternal health desert is, I mean, it's an hour and 30-minute drive to an OBGYN in some places. But women should all get pregnant, right? MAGA men keep saying we all need to have babies. I choose death before being pregnant because that's what you're sentencing women to. So again, please don't. I talk about this all the time. I'm just going to be really blunt, because if there was ever a time to be blunt, it's when we're all being robbed and effed over by people who can't read or do math. Yeah, I haven't had sex in years, and this is why. Don't ask me all the MAGA men that weirdly hit on me and send me creepy messages. I would sooner unalive before I had sex with you.
You know that paper is more
and this is why.
now than computers.
This is exactly why. So just to be clear, when you're like, women need to get on their backs and have babies. Yeah, I wonder why we're in gross population decline. I can't figure out why that would be. You guys can't read or do math or figure out that you're being robbed, but you want us to bring a child into this world where you are voting against that child's future and interest. You are assuring they will have no education. They will have no child care. They will have no preschool, which we know just a denial of Head Start, of preschool, pre-K programs limits a child's lifetime earnings by thousands of dollars. You know, the dollars that we are going to retire off of. Because if you're like, MAGA doesn't understand that you're like, I'm paying taxes to retire. Yeah, those are being used by boomers. We have to retire off the lifetime earnings of the people you're crippling and won't give them a muffin for breakfast and a milk so they can think in school. That's what you geniuses are doing. And then you're wondering why no one wants to have kids with you. It's truly mine. There's no hospital to go to because you guys voted to close them. Well, I can't do it. I'm telling you. I can't do it. Oh yeah, I always talk about Justin Wolfer. Oh, I'm so sorry, Gen X babe. Gen Xer babe. Thank you so much for subscribing. W's in the chat. We are at 379 of our 420 subscription goal. That yellow star in the bottom left hand corner is how you subscribe. And Jen, thank you for the sunflowers. It's like sometimes when you send those gifts, I'm just like, if only I was living in that reality. It's like, but we're here. I always talk about Justin Wolfers. He's an economics professor at the University of Michigan. There's a lot of really brilliant economics professors, but it's hard to understand what they're talking about for simple people. And this was a great clip I saw. I was like, maybe MAGA could understand this. Like, you never know. Because I've never seen an economist be able to explain complex things so simply. MAGA, you never know. This could be the moment your brain starts working. This could be it. You got it. You're always like, I once had a MAGA be like, name 4 economists, or you don't know what you're talking about. No, that's not how math works. Math still works either way. But this is the simplest explanation I could find of how you're being robbed.
Is more sophisticated now than. You know that paper.
Katie, you're the only person on television who'll say, could you math it out for me, nerd? And that's what I'm here to do for you. So what we want to do is take 3 things and add them all up. The first is there's big tax cuts. Those tax cuts, you're right, some of them touch the middle class, but overwhelmingly they go to the rich, and they don't help lower income Americans at all. Then we're going to think about the spending cuts. Now, spending cuts, as we were just discussing, spending cuts on things like Medicaid, that really hurts working and middle class Americans. And then the third thing is the tariffs, which hurt working and middle class Americans more than the rich. Add all of that up and you discover that the richest 1/10 of all Americans are going to end up around about $8,000 better off. That leaves 80% of all Americans paying the bill. Now you might say, wait, 80 plus 10, that's because the 9th percentile, which is to say the upper middle class, they come out dead even. The truly rich come out $7,200 ahead, and everyone else on average is going to end up around about $1,000 or $2,000 a year worse off. And in particular, those at the very bottom end, the poorest of the poor Americans, are going to end up $2,500 worse off as a result of this. So this really is an anti-Robin Hood, take from the poor, give to the rich, and the rich here is a very narrow slice. Katie, you're the
Oh, MAGA, I don't know how else anyone could explain it to you more simply. And he even actually explained the 9th percentile. If you're in the 9th percentile, which is probably high upper middle class, like right before you switch off into wealthy, they'll break even. So it's like 80% of the country is going to pay for all of this. 10% are a wash. And then the upper echelon are making out like bandits. I mean, that's the best explanation I have heard of this, and it's so simple, MAGA. And you're like, but the guy who says men shouldn't wear makeup and wears makeup every day said he wouldn't cut my Medicaid. This is what we're up against. The guy who said men shouldn't wear makeup and let's not just blame that on Trump. All the Republican men that say it's not masculine to wear makeup and have a full face of makeup on. All those Republicans in Congress have makeup on. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep saying that until someone gets it, because I can't do this. It's just, I think maybe they're saying people who put makeup on shouldn't. Maybe that's what you guys mean. JD Vance and the eyeliner, it's like, someone give him a makeup tutorial. It is someone helped poor couch boy with his makeup, because it is effing out of control. He looks like a pirate. He literally looks like he's about to board another ship and take their gold. Salander, thank you so much for subscribing. And I think I missed, Slick is Rick. Thank you so much. And thanks for so much of the support. Thank you for resubscribing. I appreciate you so much. I mean, for real. It's the makeup thing alone that should let you know that Republican men are hypocrites and liars. But thank Justin Wolfers. I'm so glad he showed up when he did on the scene, started being I'm sorry. What I was going to say a constituent. What is it when you're paid on air it's like you're not, oh God, you're not hosting a show. You know what I'm talking about. I can't remember what the word is for the people, the correspondents, but I feel like there's another word for what like the experts are called. Anyways, I'm glad he started doing this when he did, because no one is explaining it more simply. Contributor. Thank you. Oh, thank you. God, see, I never have to remember things because I have the most brilliant chat. Thank you. Because when I can't remember a word, it's like my ADHD. I can't move on from it. Thank you, guys. Yes, contributor. And I'm glad he came when he did, because that sounds weird. I'm glad he showed up when he did, because God knows we need someone who can dumb it the F down for these people. And still they're like, but wait, Trump said he wouldn't cut Medicaid. If I hear one more person or see one more person type that on X, I'm losing my mind. Okay, so again, I'm going to kind of alternate between the debates in the Rules Committee and the debates on the House floor. Jim McGovern is my MVP of the last 36 hours. Jim McGovern is on one today.
And listen to this quote from Senator Murkowski, who just caved and voted for this bill. And you got to love this. She said, quote, "My hope is that the House is going to look at this and recognize that we're not there yet," end quote. I mean, my question to her is, if you really believe that, then why the hell did you vote for this bill? It doesn't make any sense. It's a dereliction of your duty as a United States Senator and as a representative for the people in Alaska. I mean, when was the last time this current House of Representatives has fixed or solved anything? I mean, where have you been, Senator Murkowski? This Republican House is dysfunction on steroids. And let me say to my Republican friends, I understand that the Senate just jammed you, but you don't have to be complicit. I get it. I know the Republican leadership and Trump don't want scrutiny. They don't want the American people to understand what's really happening here. This bill is a middle finger to millions of Americans. It isn't just a bad bill, it is the most dangerous piece of legislation in modern history. Dangerous because of the very real damage it will do to real people, sick people, hungry kids, families just scraping by. If this is Republicans' top legislative priority this Congress, it tells us everything about where your values lie. And it's not with working families, not with struggling communities, but with mega corporations, billionaires, and Donald Trump.
Preach. I love Jim McGovern. Shiggy, thank you so much for resubscribing. Love you. And thank you for all the support. I'm going to debate with Pickles tomorrow. I hope to see you there as well. Yeah, I think he worded that perfectly. And I just want to, because I'm always looking for new ways as a former elementary school teacher, like to explain something. Because I know with my ADHD and my learning challenges that you never know when you reword something or find a different way to teach someone that they'll get it. Like every single reason in 2016 that you guys said you loved Donald Trump, that he wasn't beholden to the swamp because he had his own money, that he, all those things, he has done the opposite. And this bill is the culmination of every lie and every betrayal that Donald Trump has ever perpetrated against the American people. That is what this is. Truly, even though I know that Donald Trump is a literal shitbag, I never thought that the Republicans would do something this horrific to the American people, especially the people that voted for them. Because disproportionately, more people that voted for Donald Trump will be effed over by this. And he does not care at all. Not even in the slightest. And you're all like, he said he never ran Project 2025. He's enacted like 68% of it, I think, at this point. But you guys would have to be able to read to understand that. More Jim McGovern in the Rules Committee.
And let me make a prediction. If this ugly bill passes, it's going to get a lot uglier when people realize what's in it. And not even Donald Trump's new $300 bottle of cologne will cover the stench. This bill will hurt people in every congressional district in this country. And Republicans are racing to get it passed before the American people can figure out what's in it. There's no real deadline. There's no real deadline that we're working against. None. July 4th is just an arbitrary marker that Trump made up. He wants a victory lap on Friday, just weeks after throwing himself a military birthday parade, complete with tanks rolling down Constitution Avenue, one that cost taxpayers tens of millions of dollars. He now wants to have a 4th of July signing ceremony at the White House for this dumpster fire of a bill. We're rushing, not because the country demands it, but because he wants to throw himself yet another party. This isn't policy, it's ego management.
My God, has anything more correct ever been said in the last 6 months than what that man just talk someone just fully grasping a situation and making it so simple to understand. Spot on, Jim. As per usual, follow Jim McGovern. That man is a treasure. But if you're like, what is he talking about? I do just want to take this time to introduce Trump is selling his smell, which I just want to point out, one of the only things that Republicans and Democrats agree on is that he stinks. That is one of the only things I have ever heard Trump's cabinet from his first term and Democrats agree on, is that Trump smells absolutely horrific. And now he is bottling that stink and selling it. And here's something Matt and I were talking about this, USMC Angry Veteran, on our live yesterday. But when I did some more research, I got more upset about this. And who knows what a pink tax is? Yeah, a pink tax refers to let's say another name for a cat is a pussy. That's what a pink tax is. It is a tax where when a product is geared towards women, you tax it more, you charge more. It's a tax for women. That's why, and if you've never heard of this before, this is why most things like, what razor do I use on my legs? Like Gillette Fusion for men. Why? Because if you look at the similar Gillette products for women, they're more expensive. There's a pink tax. It is the process of charging more for products marketed towards women. And let me just say, there's no excuse for it, except for I'll say this, more marketing dollars. And this comes, if you know me, I used to work in advertising and marketing. So oftentimes more marketing dollars are geared towards advertising buckets that target women, but it's not enough to make up for that, right? I just want to say that would be the only logical argument I could make for why, but it doesn't make up for the margins, right? There is a pink tax on products geared towards women. So I looked this up. If you want to bottle Trump's disgusting stench, if you're a man, it's $199. It's like $256 if you're a woman. He put a pink tax on his disgusting stench and is charging women more to smell like shit. Quite according to most reports from Republicans in his first cabinet, literally that would be part of this. That's part of the profile of the smell. So yeah, I just thought, of all the disgusting things, that on top of it is really, I think, the icing on the cake. And it's like the Oscar he could never get. Probably it's like spray painted plastic. It's just, you can't make this stuff up. Grifter in chief. Okay, but I just thought, I'm just backing up Jim McGovern's point, and he continues.
This bill showers the wealthiest Americans with tax cuts. Get this, a family making less than $50,000 per year, they'd get less than $1 a day in tax cuts. You can't buy a damn cup of coffee with that. But those making $1 million a year or more, well, they'll get more than $250 a day in tax breaks, or $96,000 tax breaks on average in a single year. That's even worse than the original House bill. That's how rigged this bill is to benefit the wealthy. The average millionaire gets more in tax cuts than most families earn in an entire year. And to be clear, there is deep support on the Democratic side for extending the middle class tax cuts and passing no tax on tips. We'd be happy to work with you on something that delivers just that. But Republicans are holding bipartisan initiatives hostage to provide handouts to billionaires and gut Medicaid and SNAP. This bill showers the way.
Well said. Well, mother effing said. I love Jim McGovern, especially after today. And I think this is the last clip in the Rules Committee, but believe me, there will be much more Jim McGovern. But this was my favorite clip of his Rules Committee debating.
And here's what baffles me. You all know the truth. You all know the truth. You know this bill is cruel. You know that it will hurt millions of Americans. But Trump wants you to fold. And the sad fact is that many of you will fold in a nanosecond. You'll vote for this even though you know it's bad for your own constituents. You're absolutely terrified that the guy in the White House will get mad and try to find someone to run against you in a primary. Like one of our Republican colleagues said this weekend on CNN, and I quote, "Everyone in the House knows the peril they're in if they vote no on this thing. They know that their jobs are at risk," end quote. You're terror-stricken that what happened over the weekend to Senator Tom Tillis will happen to you. Well, Senator Tillis did the right thing, speaking truth to power. You should listen to him when he says that the Senate's version of this bill betrays President Trump's promise not to take Medicaid away from its rightful recipients. He decided to retire because he wanted to put his constituents first. And quite frankly, I think he's tired of dealing with the relentless MAGA threats and BS. Truly, I've never seen anything like this in my life. The kind of petrified fealty we're seeing on the right, scared by a man who called voting against this bill the ultimate betrayal. Like, what kind of president talks like that? That's the language of.
Imagine if Joe Biden said that. Imagine if Obama said that. If Joe Biden or Obama did one of the things that Trump has done, can you imagine the consequences? This is how I know MAGA's brains don't work, because they cannot follow a line of logic to save their lives. This is an opportunity for you to be logically consistent, to learn that lesson. Am I holding Trump accountable in the same way I hold Democratic politicians accountable? That is the point. The answer is egregiously no. And the irony is that you are being robbed. You are being robbed by not holding him accountable. Cognitive dissonance, Stockholm syndrome, psychology be crazy. I mean, I understand why Freud was so obsessed with it, because watching the delusions of MAGA, and they think they standing for no new wars. Oh, wait, all the wars. And now I support war, even though I said I was a libertarian. Did it? You guys, I mean, I don't know how to explain any further that you guys are giant hypocrites who are biting off to your nose to spite your face, but we're all in the same life raft drowning with you. So I would appreciate if just a few of you could wake the F up and help us stop this.
Dictators, not the language of a president. But let me remind you all of something. The people you should be afraid of, betraying are not in the White House or dining at Mar-a-Lago. They're back home. The people in Boone, North Carolina, in Moorhead, Minnesota, in Rock Hill, South Carolina, in Austin, Texas, in Salem, Indiana, in Jamestown, New York, in Tifton, Georgia, in Abington, Virginia, in Noonan, Georgia. They're the ones who hired you. And if you vote for this bill, you're voting to screw them over. Plain and simple. When their kids go hungry, when their health care is gone, when their energy bills skyrocket, when they watch big oil rake in profits while they get pink slips, when they realize that billionaires like Jeff Bezos are getting 40 times the tax breaks that they're getting, when they watch the wealthy get richer and they're left behind, they are going to feel the pain that you brought on them. And I think you're going to see that reflected in the next election. And here's
God, we hope so. God, I hope every single Republican who bent over for. Thank you for the bow. I love it. I love a bow. I would start wearing those if people would just be like, what the F is wrong with you? Yeah, I hope every single Republican that bent over for Donald Trump is ousted from their seat. And to that extent, anyone, I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican, there's a lot of moderate Democrats I think can get the F out too. Anybody who is in any way complicit in this, John Fetterman floating on a fence, like just floating in the middle, even the floaters, you can go too. Because I'll say this, when I was working in advertising, like when I worked for, pre and post IPO for a huge social media company in advertising, I didn't have time to understand fully what was going on, even though I didn't. But you know what I'm saying? Like there are people working also who are working who don't have the, mental capacity to really function or to read bills. They're just like, hey, I need some sleep before I have to go back and do more slave labor and capitalism. And when people fully grasp what Republicans have done here, I will relish watching you all leave office, because that is truly what you deserve for this, because you know that this is wrong. There's probably some people confused about it because they work so much they don't have time to figure it out. But the people in Congress know. This is another great Justin Wolfers moment, because I'm trying to infuse these really great teaching moments from a great economist who's also a teacher. I thought this one was another brilliant moment from him.
The fraud upon the American people is when they walk out and they say, hey, economic growth is going to pay for these tax cuts. And that simply isn't true. The CBO actually took all of that into account. The idea that economic growth could possibly pay for any of these tax cuts is utterly absurd.
I want to explain what he's saying in case you're lost. Again, Republicans are just saying we no longer have to do math the way accountants do it. We're going to make up our own math to pretend like this won't put our children's children into debt that they can never recover from. We should never borrow 3.3 trillion. I would say the very obvious, minimum 3.3, but the very obvious consequence of that will be everyone's mortgages rising, right? I mean, everything is going to be more expensive once we do that. And what he's saying is, you are being lied to. When you see these mathematical models that are coming out about this bill, it is factoring in economic growth to the mathematical model. And one of the prominent lies that Republicans continue to tell is they're not factoring in economic growth in these models. They don't know. No, they are. They are. And they're doing it very well. And one of the other lies that's annoying me is they were off about the TCJA. The CBO estimated that wrong. No, they didn't. Look at the model. The model was correct. It was almost spot on. The only thing they couldn't account for was a pandemic and what happened with inflation there. But I mean, even then, what happens, mathematical models are correct. There's certain unforeseeable things that happen and then you adjust them. But even with the pandemic, that mathematical model was almost completely correct. But yeah, unforeseeable things could happen at any moment. A nuclear bomb could be dropped at this rate, and then you're going to be like, CBO got it wrong. No, the math was right. We couldn't foresee putting some guy who wears the full face of makeup and says men shouldn't in charge and driving us all into a worldwide conflict. I know you can figure this stuff out if you think about it.
You've got the White House Council of Economic Advisors out there saying that they think that they'll actually get the national debt down, which is so absurd that I got permission from my partner. I'm willing to bet the chair of the CEA, my family minivan, that won't happen. It's a very sexy blue beast. And if you've got kids to get to soccer, you can fit a whole soccer team in there. And he should call me if he believes his numbers, but he's not going to.
Listen, a Honda.
Amen. He's literally saying, I'll bet the family minivan. And I can't remember what his wife does too, but I looked into him. His wife is also brilliant. I can't remember exactly what she does, but I was like, man, their kids must be brilliant. Oh, and here's my latest favorite in the House. I wasn't familiar with Representative Brendan Boyle in Pennsylvania before I knew him. I just didn't know a lot about him, but he's been fantastic, in contesting the big, ugly trash heap of a bill. And this was him in the Rules Committee. He's from Pennsylvania, if anyone's wondering. I don't know if I said that. Brendan Boyle's from Pennsylvania.
Vote in the Senate. I think this will come down to one vote yet again, whether or not this becomes law. And if it does, it will be the greatest loss of health care in American history. Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has confirmed 17 million Americans. And let me explain how they arrive at that number. Roughly half of that is due to the largest Medicaid cuts in American history. But another half of it is due to changes and allowing certain tax credits and provisions to expire in the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare. I give the other side credit. They have been working like hell for 15 years to do away with Obamacare. This is the closest that they've ever come. Millions and millions today currently on Obamacare will lose it if this becomes law. And that's not all. As we confirmed again from CBO a few weeks ago, due to the massive increase in deficit spending in this bill, there have to be 4% Medicare cuts. That's over $500 billion worth of cuts to Medicare. So Medicaid cuts, Affordable Care Act, ACA cuts, Medicare cuts, the largest loss of health care in American history. Vote in the Senate.
Perfect. And he gets better later, but I just wanted to remind everyone of what he's talking about, because when I fell in love with Brendan Boyle was when he stayed up all night the first time when they debated this for like 48 hours in the Rules Committee in the House, and he literally never went to sleep, was like getting the CBO to like crunch calculations as fast as possible. Again, for all, Trump said he wouldn't cut Medicaid, but more importantly, he promised to not cut Medicare. Just understand, they are stealing $500 billion from us. This is our tax dollars. We paid into Medicare, assuming when we retire, it will be there. The Pay As You Go Act, right? This is something passed by conservatives. The minute the debt, I'm sorry, not the debt, I got that wrong. The minute the deficit widens more than 2.3 trillion, the Pay As You Go Act goes into effect. And there's many ways they're going to steal appropriated tax dollars. But the worst one is Medicare. I'm not talking about Medicaid. I'm talking about they've been collecting all this money from our paychecks, taking it from us, telling us they're holding on to it. Well, they're going to steal. Thank God there's actually a limit on how much Medicare money they can steal. It's 4% a year. So they're going to steal like $45 billion a year for 10 years. And it'll be just under $500 billion when it's over. And this will start immediately. The minute this bill passes, they're going to steal. They can only steal 4% a year, which I believe it might be a little over 45 billion, but let's just go with that. Like I'd rather underestimate than over, because you heard him say it's over 500 billion. But when I did these calculations, the first time I looked into this, I remember I just want to go with the 45 billion. Let's all pretend we're in a sunflower field over rainbows. Thank you, Meg. Thank you so much. Let's just all pretend we're there and everything's fine. But this comes from, and if you remember, when I stayed up for 48 hours watching the original debates on this bill in the House, if anyone's wondering, this is the art. You can see it's addressed to the Honorable Brendan Boyle, because he was like staying up for 48 hours submitting all these questions to the Congressional Budget Office, which is run by a Republican, and talking about this. Like, hey, can you confirm? That's what he's talking about. Can you confirm how the Pay As You Go Act will be affected by the one big beautiful bill? And they confirm that, yes, this letter responds to your questions concerning the sequestration. If you're like, what the F is sequestration? It means we're going to take money, sequester it, right? Gather it together and take it from the American people who thought it was going towards their Medicare. That's what the cancellation of budgetary resources in accordance with the statutory Pay-as-You-Go Act of 2010 that would occur if an enacted bill, and that this is what the one big beautiful bill does. I'm just calling it that because that's what they're calling it in this letter, right? It blows out the deficit wider than we've ever seen before. If an enacted bill raised deficits by 2.3 trillion over 10 years, which the lowest estimate I've seen is 3.3 trillion, right? The highest I believe is 3.9. Under PAYGO, the Office of Management and Budget, that's Psycho Russ vote, is required to maintain 5 and 10-year scorecards that it updates with the estimated cumulative changes in revenues and outlays generated by newly enacted legislation. I know that's a lot, but let me get to the meat and potatoes here. Would enactment of legislation, that's the one big beautiful bill, that increases deficit by 2.3 trillion over the 2025 to 2034 period trigger sequestration? That means them stealing from our Medicare fund and other areas as well, but I think the one we probably should be most pissed about is Medicare. Yes. The answer is MAGA, can you read the word yes? That's yes. In accordance with PAYGO, the Office of Management and Budget would record the average increases in deficits over the period. In this case, 230 billion each year. And this was, I just want to remind people, this is before the Senate got a hold of the bill. I think it's actually now like 245 billion. It's not 230. It's gone up. On the PAYGO scorecard, without enactment of subsequent legislation that would offset the deficit increase, meaning unless you bring in more revenue from somewhere, waive the recordation of the bill's effects on the scorecard, basically saying to mitigate the Trump blowing out the deficit with this bill. To reduce spending by 230 billion in the fiscal year 2026, or by a larger amount if the 5-year average increase in deficits was greater than the 10-year average. So again, how would sequestration, meaning they're going to steal our Medicare fund, and other programs, assuming that funding subject to sequestration remained equal to the amounts? And they're saying if nothing changes and the one big beautiful bill is passed, what happens? And this is what I was telling you about, how they're going to steal 45 billion in Medicaid a year for 10 years. This is the answer. Under PAYGO, reductions in Medicare spending are limited to 4%. Remember, I told you that? Thank God someone wrote they can only steal 4% of our Medicaid fund a year, or an estimated 45 billion for fiscal year 26. That would leave, now understand this, because I also don't think people are grasping this. They're going to steal 45 billion in Medicaid a year for 10 years, but that would leave 185 billion to be sequestered from the federal budget's remaining direct spending accounts, meaning they're going to steal another 185 billion from wherever they can get it from legally, because they can only take 4% of Medicare. So they're going to steal other money. PAYGO exempts many large accounts, including those that provide funding. And this is the good news. It's written in the PAYGO bill, they can't steal from Social Security and low income programs. So just be clear, that's the best news. They're not going to steal Social Security money that we paid into. Therefore, in CBO's estimation, OMB would have roughly 120 billion in budgetary resources available for cancellation in 2026, less than the remaining amount that would be required to be sequestered. If you don't understand what that means we don't even have enough money we can take to pay down the deficit so that billionaires and corporations can get tax cuts. There is no way this is a good idea. And particularly if you are a fiscal conservative. This is the opposite of fiscal conservatism. I just find it fascinating watching. Oh, and I'm not going to play that one because okay, sorry. That clip was from yesterday, and I think more relevant things have happened today. This morning, every Democrat in the House gathered on the steps and had a press conference that I loved. And okay, so I have a few clips from it, and I had to search for a clip where it wasn't. I'll show you why. C-SPAN was like showing like two different things at the same time, so they're in little boxes. So I had to search for someone that had the best part of it. But this is Hakeem Jeffries and every Democrat in the House having a press conference this morning on the steps.
Shame on Republicans for even bringing this bill to the House floor. So all we need are 4 Republicans to join us in support of their constituents, to have John McCain level courage and stand up in defense of the health care of the American people. What type of party would bring a bill to the House floor that rips away Medicaid from those in need? What kind of party would bring a bill to the House floor that literally robs food from the mouths of children, veterans, and seniors? And all of this is being done to provide massive tax breaks to their billionaire donors. It's unconscionable, it's unacceptable, it's un-American, and House Democrats are committing to you that we're going to do everything in our power to stop it. Shame on Republicans for even...
Could not agree more. And Frankie, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you so much. You're the best. Okay, so I'm trying to get to him. I'm trying to make sure I'm not getting. Okay, wait. I was going to say something, but this is one before. Okay, this continues, but now you see what I'm talking about. C-SPAN started covering this weirdly where it's like a split screen, which drives me nuts. So it's like a little small.
That every single House Democrat will stand up for your health care, stand up for your Medicaid, stand up for your Medicare, stand up for the Affordable Care Act, stand up for nutritional assistance for our children, our seniors, and our veterans. Stand up for our hospitals. Stand up for our nursing homes. Stand up for our community-based health centers, and stand up against massive tax breaks for GOP billionaire donors. And that is why every single House Democrat will vote hell no against this one big ugly bill. And all we need are 4 House Republicans to join us in defense of their constituents who will suffer mightily from this bill. Children will be hurt. Families will be hurt. People with disabilities will be hurt. Women will be hurt by what is an all-out assault on the health care of the American people. An unprecedented assault, ripping health care away from more than 17 million Americans. Premiums, copays, and deductibles for other people on private insurance will go up all across the country. Hospitals will close. Nursing homes will shut down. Community-based clinics will not have the ability to operate. And as a result, people are going to die connected to this one big ugly bill. Tens of thousands of unnecessary American deaths per year. Shame on Republicans for even bringing this bill. That every single House Democrat...
Sorry, it just starts replaying over if I don't stop it. Yeah, so I think a lot of people, sorry, I have like almost photographic memory so I can watch the comments. Someone said, what about Fetterman? Fetterman's in the Senate. He did vote no on this bill moving out of the Senate, even though he is gross, I agree, and keeps walking a fine line. He voted no on this because I didn't even show you guys this. He was like, I missed my family's beach vacation and I should be at the beach with my family. I don't think John Fetterman is equipped to be a senator and shouldn't be, but he did vote no on it moving out of the Senate, in fairness to him. But he also has a lot of other ridiculous ideas, and he seems like he truly can't be bothered to be a U.S. senator. So I don't think Pennsylvania should, in fact, reelect him, because he seems like he should be on the beach, and we should let John Fetterman be on the beach. Imagine Americans will be devastated by this. This is the largest transfer of wealth in one bill to the top of the economy. John Fetterman's like, I missed my beach vacation with my family. Can we just get on with this so I can go to the beach? So yeah, I think we should let John Fetterman go to the beach where he is truly happiest. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. I'm trying to think of what I saw everyone say. I saw someone say Hakeem Jeffries says one thing and does another. I don't know anything about that. I think that it's hard for me to navigate this issue because I want to say something. You're talking about somebody who's elected from a district in Brooklyn. But again, my ultimate goal would be get money out of politics so that no one specifically in places like New York are beholden to people like AIPAC. If you are saying, because I'll say this, the only time I get annoyed with Hakeem Jeffries is because of the money he takes from AIPAC. But if you're going to start saying, I don't like anyone in Congress who takes money from AIPAC, well, that's the majority of the Democratic Party. Right? I mean, I hope you hate Cory Booker because he's much worse than Hakeem Jeffries. I think until we get money out of politics, I don't know I don't know how to tell people to not take money from lobbyists when that's what it takes to elect them. Outside of that, and I mean, Capitol Hill is my passion. So, and I'm obsessed with Congress and its functions. And outside of the annoying money Hakeem Jeffries receives from AIPAC, I don't know of any other hypocrisy. But again, if you ever lived in New York, I only lived in Manhattan for a year to understand why those people in those districts might be taking money from AIPAC. I don't know if you can be elected in those districts if you're not spouting that shit. It's easy in other places in the country. And this is what I try to tell people. I thought I understood Congress until I started doing a deep dive into it from a research perspective and understanding in different parts of the country, there's different needs, right? And there's different groups of people that can be the gatekeeper between someone getting elected. So yeah, I think if you understand New York, the Brooklyn boroughs, the Bronx, Manhattan, and understand the power of AIPAC there, I loved Jamal Bowman. He was one of my favorite people in the House, the guy that pulled the fire alarm. He's a high school principal who was holding a swing district in New York. And one of the most expensive elections ever in New York was what happened when he spoke out against AIPAC. I mean, in my mind, just to elect another Democrat that will spew their rhetoric, they spent millions upon millions. Yes, AIPAC has to go, but the stranglehold AIPAC has over districts in New York and New Jersey and the like, I'm just saying, I don't know what the answer is there from everyone. I don't like Cory Booker because of the AIPAC rhetoric. I don't know if they believe it or they're just spewing it because there's no other way to hold their seats. I don't know, but I have seen with my own eyes what happens when they don't, and that would be look into Jamal Bowman and how much money they were willing to spend to unseat a Democrat to get another Democrat who would spew that rhetoric. I don't know what to say. I don't know what the answer is there, right? And same thing what it takes to hold a border district in Laredo, Texas. I hate Henry Cuellar. I actually think he's in bed with Trump. Trump and probably should be in jail for corruption and fraud. I think he was indicted, but I also think that the rhetoric he's spewing is it's a tightrope walk you need to walk to hold that district. So I just think, I'm going to quote Mark Elias: the difference between the most progressive Democrat and the most moderate Democrat is so minuscule compared to the difference between a Democrat and a Republican in a seat, right? And we are in the most desperate moment in this country's history. So, like, I'm not going to be splitting hairs. I wish we could get money out of politics. As long as it takes $2 billion plus to elect a president, I don't know. I don't know any other way other than, like, we've made it this way. We allowed it to be this way. We have to get money out of politics. And no, I don't want to get too far off on a tangent because the most important thing is this bill. But just know, one of the more disturbing things in the upcoming Supreme Court session, they're going to debate. I want to make sure I get this right because I only read one article on it. But one of the more disturbing things, I think, is that they want to allow the Republican Party, I mean, that's essentially what it is, to accept as much money as possible for candidates. Like, not only can super PACs do it, but the Republicans are trying to make an argument that they should be able to accept even more money for their candidates. And I don't know, from corporations, and that it's a free speech issue. Remember how Citizens United thing came to be? They said corporations are made up of people and you can't silence people's speech. That's how we got here. And they're trying to make it literally effing worse. Like, we have to get money out of politics or this just gets worse and worse. But I think it's a nuanced issue. And the more I learn about how we hold districts in different parts of the nation, the more I become less critical of how people do it. But okay. And this was my favorite part, though, of the the press conference on the steps of every Democrat in Congress today, was when they started literally naming Republicans, because they're like, we need 4 Republicans to vote with us, and start calling out people in swing districts by name and shaming them. Like, I could listen to this. I think they should have done this all day long.
Would anyone vote for this dangerous and extreme bill? Why would Rob Bresnahan vote for this bill? More than 30,000 people would lose access to their health care in his community in Pennsylvania. Almost 60,000 households could lose access to food assistance in his community at risk of going hungry. Why would Rob Bresnahan vote for this bill? Why would Scott Perry vote for this bill? Almost 25,000 people in his community will lose access to health care. In his community in Pennsylvania, almost 40,000 households would lose access to nutritional assistance. They're at risk of going hungry. Why would Scott Perry vote for this bill?
It's the worst. I mean, that's what Scott Perry is awful. And God, Pennsylvania, get rid of Scott Perry. He should be in jail for January 6th. Like, sorry, but I digress.
You see, the difference between them and us, they work for the special interests, for the rich and the shameless, for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. House Democrats work for the people. And that's why we will continue to do everything in our power to stop this bill in its tracks. Anyone.
And then Catherine Clark, who, if you don't know who Catherine Clark is, she's, I think, the third most powerful. Thank you for the bow. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ruthie. I think she's the third most powerful. She's the whip, which is the third most powerful, I think. And then Catherine Clark continues calling out Republicans. Oh, crap. I need to update everything. Thank you guys for reminding me to update things. I appreciate it. I'm just going to do a quick. I always talk about if you're passionate about Congress like I am, then you really got to start following all the Capitol Hill blogs. But one of the best ways to keep up with Congress is Punchbowl News. If you don't know, Punchbowl is the intelligence name for Capitol Hill. They refer to it as Punchbowl. And Punchbowl News is run by someone who has been a Capitol Hill reporter for decades and decades. And this just came out because I get their updates in real time. So if you're wondering like what's happening right now, because I know people are like, wait, I thought this passed or didn't pass. What the F is happening? House Republicans have been frozen on the floor for hours as Speaker Mike Johnson's creepy leadership team is working with Trump to basically strong arm Republicans to vote for it, to try to put together a coalition to pass the one big beautiful bill. Johnson brought the chamber back today to vote on the $3.4 trillion tax and spend package. But the GOP leadership was short on votes it needed to pass the rule. Remember, I said, step one in Congress, that's why I always show debates from the Rules Committee, because those are the gatekeepers to the floor for the real vote. They have to vote on the rule first. So there's 2 votes to come, right? First, they've got to pass the rule, and then they take the bill to the floor for the overall vote. So 2 things still have to happen. And this is when Republicans still are, I don't want to say grandstanding and pretending they're not going to bend over for Donald Trump, the man who says men shouldn't wear makeup, but wears makeup every day, right? Like, this is where Republicans will hold out on the rule, because what they're trying to do is get their weird amendments added or backdoor deals and things, right? This is the wheeling and dealing time where they're like, yeah, someone's like, what does the rule mean? Okay, I'm going to try to explain it in a different way. So the Rules Committee, which is Jim McGovern, how I've been like, I love Jim McGovern. He's the Democratic ranking member of the Rules Committee. The chair of the Rules Committee is, I like to call her the ghost of Marjorie Taylor Greene's future. If you don't know who Representative Virginia Foxx is from North Carolina, she is the most horrible woman in existence. Don't worry. She's going to pop up in clips soon. If you don't know who I'm talking about, you'll get to meet her soon. In like 10 years, Marge will look exactly like her and be as absolutely horrible. And when they say the rule has to pass, the Rules Committee, before a bill can be voted on the House floor, there has to be a vote on the rule, on the rule to move it to the floor. And what's going on is everyone's presenting different amendments in the Rules Committee, and that's being debated. And then there has to be a vote that says, we approve this rule to go forward with the vote. And that's what the holdout is. Because it's not that Republicans care and aren't going to do what Donald Trump wants. It's like they're trying to get like a bridge for their state, or, in the case of horrible Andrew Clyde in Tennessee, who owns a bunch of Pew Pew stores. He wants to get rid of like a registration tax on silencers, they're trying to get their, final get back in there for their vote. Oh, you need my vote? Well, I'd like a little something for it. It's not that they have any morals or give a shit. Yeah, they're just trying to get a little bit more, thank you, Lori, the pork, right? They're just like, what about my pork? What about my special interests? What about what I want for me? That's what's going on. Don't think that Republicans care about anyone. They don't. They're just advocating for themselves right now and being like, oh, you need my vote? Then you need to do something for me. And Trump and Mike Johnson are going person to person and promising them a bunch of shit for their votes. Because first, we've got to vote on the rule, which the rule is to move this bill to the floor for the final vote. So there will be the vote on the rule, and then there will be the vote on the actual bill on the floor. And if they don't edit it, and it's the same bill that came out of the Senate, it doesn't have to go back to the Senate. The reason it had to go back to the House is because they edited it within an inch of their lives, right? As long as it remains the same bill that came out of the Senate, which has far worse cuts to Medicaid and to the poor and to veterans. I mean, everything is worse. And there's more money for defense contractors and horrible things, right? I mean, it's worse. So as long as it remains in that form, they just have to vote on the rule and pass that. And then there's going to be some more final floor debates, and then they'll have the final vote. And what Trump wants is all of this to be done by end of day tomorrow so that he can have a giant July 4th parade or present, party for himself and say, look what I did. I robbed everyone in America so the people that bribed me and helped fund my election could have more. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone should get their hopes up. But the point is during an authoritarian takeover, when the capitalists are stealing from us, the slave laborers, we have to dig our heels in and resist and dissent and highlight the depravity of the Republican Party and of conservatives and say, look what they're willing to do. You put up every single fight you can put up. You present every amendment you can. Lisa Fernandez, who I love on the Rules Committee, was like, hey, here's my amendment. Can we just say that the tax cut should be focused on middle class Americans and lower? And they're like, absolutely not. Right. It's to highlight and make people on the record vote all of this stuff down. Right. Shame them, have it on the record. You guys don't care about anyone but corporations and billionaires. And that's even if the fight in the end won't go our way, we have to fight. That's what resistance is. It's even if you can't win, you dig your heels in and you do everything you can to stop this from happening, right? Because that's the point. We are on the right side of history, right? History will remember the resistance. That is what matters, right? Getting as many things on the record as possible and showing we gave them every opportunity to turn around, and they would not. So that's what's going on. And I hope this goes longer than July 4th. I think Trump came up with a fake deadline. This is not real. And I think it's just another testament to how spineless Republicans are, that they're sitting here pretending it is real. And they're willing to rob everyone as quickly as possible because their weird, orange, smelly leader-in-chief told them to. Thank you so much for the bow. I appreciate you. So yeah, that's what, and even this live, that's why I'm doing this. That's why I recorded all of these debates, because even if this is deleted, the Wayback Machine will keep it. And people should remember forever. This will forever be on the internet. And everyone should remember who was on the right side of history. That's my history degree speaking. So that's why we're doing this. And that's why it's important to understand who stands up for what's right and fights for what's right and who folds like a lawn chair.
Who would vote for this bill? Why would David Valadea vote for this bill? Over 65,000 people in his district will lose access to health care if this passes. 60,000 households will lose access to their food assistance. And over 3,600 energy jobs will be lost. Just in California 22. But why would young Kim in California 40 vote for this bill either? Over 31,000 people in her communities will lose their health care, and 15,000 households could lose access to food assistance. Why indeed? But we've been told exactly where we stand. The Vice President said these cuts are immaterial. Mitch McConnell says people will get over it. Joni Ernst reminded us we're all going to die anyway. So at a time when most households are struggling to afford the basics, Republicans have a clear message for American families. You don't matter. Who would vote for this?
Exactly. Thank you. And this is less necessary. Actually, it's kind of still what's going on, though, and it will give you an idea. This was this morning at like 11 Eastern, or I guess not morning, but I mean morning for me.
Our senior producer in D.C. says there are 12 no votes. I can't imagine Republicans saying no to the president at this particular time, but what are you going to do about those holdouts? 12 no votes.
Well, Stuart, look, this is not the first time we've been here when we're right up against a deadline on a bill, and we've delivered time and time again here in the House.
Yeah, delivered because you guys are all going to vote yes in the end. So just picture, this was like at 11 Eastern. There are 12 people with their 12 Republicans with their hand out saying, oh, you want my vote? Then promise me something in return. Right? And that's what's happening. They're making backdoor deals with greedy Republicans so that eventually they'll vote for it. That's exactly what's happening right now. I would not get my hopes up that anything good is going to happen. And here's the thing I haven't seen a lot of people reporting on. This was this morning, Trump posting this. And I like the way that Aaron Rupar covered this. He said, this growth has already begun at levels never seen. Trump posted this knowing, right, 1 hour before the news broke that America actually lost private sector jobs last month, right? So this morning, Trump knew that it was going to come out that actually we've lost thousands and thousands. I think it's like, what is it? Is it 22,000 jobs in the private sector in June? That his 33. Thank you. That sounds more right when I saw 30. Thank you. I don't know what. Joe's 42. Please don't make me explain my brain. Yeah, 33 is the minute I saw it, I was like, that's right. Yeah, we lost private sector jobs, 33,000. And an hour before that report was going to be released, Trump starts making up lies to head it off already. Yeah, just know. Here's a good example of that. He lives in an alternate universe, U.S. private sector, which is, where the majority of people work, shed 33,000 jobs, first decline in 2 years. In 2 years. The tail end of the pandemic, right? Before that was the pandemic. The first time in 2 years we shed private sector jobs. Donald Trump is terrible at managing the economy. You can't build a business with trade policy that changes every 3 weeks because Trump is artificially driving the stock market down so people can buy, so his friends can take huge positions, and then he drives it back up by canceling his weird tariff policies so that people can cash out that he owes favors to. He's artificially manipulating. Nobody can build a business off of Trump's insane tariff policies. If you think that Trump's tariff policies are good, and not just a normal president would say, here's the policy so that businesses can say, hey, even if I hate it, even if I can't afford it, I know what it is and now I can work off this. Changing policies every single week will help no one. And the private sector is shedding jobs because of it. I mean, it's probably also because of the steel and aluminum tariffs and many other things. No policies Trump has enacted are going to bring any jobs back to America. It's absolutely delusional to listen to people make that argument. Here, you can see this, and this is just from CNBC when it finally did come out an hour later. The private sector lost 33,000 jobs in June, badly missing expectations. Understand, these are reasonable projections. We were supposed to increase by 100,000 private sector jobs. We lost 33,000. That's a net loss of 133,000 for off the projection. And Trump's like, everything's going great. Maggie, you should be ashamed, embarrassed, and angry, both at yourselves for your stupidity, but at the guy who's stealing from you. No, remember America First? Can I just point this out, MAGA? If your brains work, then here's where you jump off the Trump train and you say, Trump is doing the opposite of America First. This is where you say that. If your brain works and you can follow a line of logic, you say, this man is doing the opposite of what he promised me. I can no longer get on board with this. If in fact your brain works. Just saying. I mean, you could decide. Again, we are shedding subscriptions. All this work I do, the presentations, if you would like to support me, please subscribe or buy monthly subscriptions for gift subscriptions to someone else. Or this is my Cash App and Venmo. Oh man, I haven't updated that in a while. Sorry, I will in a second. But again, you can look this up. America First. Trump's going to bring jobs back to America. Delusional. And it hasn't even begun. Understand that. I was talking about that yesterday with Matt, how we front-loaded inventory. The real hits to the economy have not come yet. Oh, I love Angie Craig. I've loved her more and more. So these are more. Wayne, thank you for the 5 giveaway subs. You're the best. W. Wayne in the chat, especially if you received a sub. Thank Wayne. He's the absolute best. Thank you, Wayne, for always being here and supporting. This is again in the rules committee, right? This is where the rule will have to be passed. And these are the debates that went on late, like until 2 a.m. yesterday.
It also cuts hundreds of billions of dollars from SNAP, our most effective anti-hunger program, by taking $6 a day out of the pockets of vulnerable seniors, veterans, children, and people with disabilities, and putting that money back into the pockets of billionaires. Taking food away from the people who need it forces seniors to choose between having a meal and paying for medicine. And let me just say this, because we were in committee for over 20 hours, and over I heard my Republican colleagues talking about that this activity would not cut access to veterans' nutrition benefits. This is exactly what the Senate version does, and many of you don't even know what this version says. We had 1 hour to come into this room. Many veterans, as we know, suffer from behavioral or physical health issues connected to their service. 1 in 3 working age veterans with disabilities aren't sure where their next meal will come from. 1 in 4 working age veterans who can't find work are food insecure. Our veterans can't pay for meals with Support the Troops bumper stickers, and they can't eat thoughts and prayers. It also cuts hundreds of billions of dollars from SNAP, our most effective anti-hunger program, by taking $6 a day out of the pocket.
Sorry, sometimes that happens where I can't turn a clip off. Someone asked who she is. And this is another person I didn't know a lot about before these debates started. Her name's Representative Angie Craig. I believe she's from Minnesota. Eagan, her office is in Eagan, Minnesota. What does the name? Sorry, I'm looking for the district number. But I'll say, I'm so impressed with her. She has been up all night debating this and has been fierce. And that's what people don't understand. The Senate changed this bill. They're taking SNAP benefits from veterans. All the things Republicans said they would never do or that they value. What did she say? You can't eat from Support Our Troops bumper stickers. I think that was my favorite line I have heard. Does my Venmo work? Yes, it's a girl has no name, just like my it's Cash App, Venmo, same, just like my TikTok name. Just if you're in my link tree, that link might not work, but just my Venmo name, on Venmo, is a girl has no name. Yeah, it does work. It just sometimes the link in my link tree won't link directly to it, but it's spelled just like my account name. Same on Cash App and Venmo. But yeah, Andrew Craig has been fabulous in pointing out, hey, the Senate changed this bill. They gave no one any time to read it. And now even veterans are going to lose their SNAP benefits. Oh, and here we go with the whalers. Remember when I was talking about I was angry because Senator Lisa Murkowski from Alaska, she didn't even say she tried to like negotiate a backdoor deal so her state wouldn't lose their SNAP, and then she didn't even get that and voted yes on the bill anyways. Well, she did get a tax break for people who want to unalive whales. And Joe DeGuse called her out on it. It was in the Rules Committee. And it was brilliant. And if you're wondering who Jason Smith is, he is a representative from Missouri. He's the chair of the Ways and Means Committee, I think. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Just making sure I don't get anything wrong.
I think you're missing one.
Which one is that?
Whalers.
What's that?
A new tax break for whalers, right? Am I?
Are you talking about allowing someone who uses a harpoon to deduct the cost of that harpoon?
Correct.
That's included. It's a business expense.
It's a new tax break.
It's
right?
a business expense that was capped at $10,000, and now they can deduct it.
Up to $50,000, right?
Yes.
Yes.
To unalive endangered species.
Why was that added? I think we all know.
You'd
right?
have to talk to the senators.
I'd have to talk to the senators. Yeah. I don't know. It was kind of convenient, Chairman Smith, that was the one addition that you omitted from that list you provided. But I think I would
probably more that I.
Well, that may be the case.
You want to kill giant, majestic creatures like whales? That's now you can deduct the cost of the unaliving weapon, of the murder weapon. Great news. And that's all Lisa Murkowski could get. Alaskans are losing all their Medicaid and all their SNAP, and she bent over for Trump for a tax break on harpoons. Great job, Lisa. What a great job. And like, this is one of the... Listen to Jim McGovern. Like, you could hear it in his voice how much he detests this woman. This is only 9 seconds and you have to listen closely, but Jim McGovern like kind of breaks in and is like, ew, he's basically like, is that all it took? She's a cheap date. Because that's the point. Lisa Murkowski is out there pretending like she got something for Alaskans. They get to expense the murder weapons for whales. That's not going to save anyone's health care or SNAP benefits, Lisa.
Having a colloquy, Chairman Smith.
Is that all it took?
I'm not sure.
Wait, she's a cheap date. If that's what
so.
it took, yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and that's a fair. Lisa, you got nothing. That was Jim McGovern. Yeah, is that all? I mean, she's like pretending like I'll defend Alaskans and I don't feel bad about it. Yeah, but you're the worst negotiator in history. You got nothing. You did nothing. You were not effective at all. You gave it up for free. Oh, I'm sorry for harpoons to be tax. Just for, and I want you to understand what tax breaks are, because it's fascinating how MAGA cheers them on, but I think that's a result of them not being able to do math. All these ridiculous tax breaks, that's less revenue we're bringing in, which widens the deficit and the debt. But you guys are fiscal conservatives that want to pay down the debt. You understand every tax break is the opposite of fiscal conservatism. Every single one. You're doing the opposite of what you claim to care about. But don't worry, you can expense harpoons now in Alaska. What could ever go wrong? Yeah, she clearly who said that? That's funny. You ever joke? She clearly did read The Art of the Deal. Yeah. Worst negotiation skills of all time. Got nothing, accomplished nothing, embarrassed yourself, and Alaskans on the national stage continues crying like she doesn't know why everyone is disgusted by her. But don't worry, people who need a really expensive harpoon. I can't do it. Oh, I always give that when we do these things, I always talk about Joe Neguse. If you don't know who Joe Neguse is, you can hear in my voice how much I love Jim McGovern. He's the ranking member of the Rules Committee. when Jim McGovern finally retires, the heir apparent and the person that will be doing what Jim McGovern does, his name is Joe Neguse. He is, I know I'm in Colorado right now and I might get it wrong. What is he, the 4th district of Colorado? He's like somewhere right next to Lauren Boebert. He is absolutely brilliant. He's a constitutional lawyer. He has total recall. Like Joe Neguse, like when he goes after someone in the rules committee, they literally just give up because they don't want to be embarrassed. I'm not from I live in Arizona. I'm in Colorado for 2 weeks right now because I needed to get out of Arizona. It's too hot. I was having some mental health issues, so I decided to come somewhere where I could be outside all day long in the sun and not die. But this is just an example. Joe Neguse is absolutely fabulous. I would say remember that name because you're going to hear from him more and more. And he just makes people look utterly foolish whenever he goes up against them. Again, he's probably the second most powerful person on the Rules Committee. And even when Jim McGovern decides to retire, we are in good hands. Oh, before this plays, thank you, MBH Oliver. Thank you Oliver the cat. I love that. Thank you for extending your subscription. And actually, I'm going to read these really quick because I just finally refreshed my email. Normally I have 5 monitors when I do these lives. I only have 3, so that sounds crazy. But if you knew how many things I have going on, you'd understand. D, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. You're such a light in my I'm going to cry. We can't cry over this. I have to wait. There's going to be more things to cry over. You are such a light in my life. Thank you for using your voice and educating me along with others about important topics. Thank you so much. And you don't know what that means to me, but I'm literally about to start crying, so I'm going to just bury it deep down. Lisa, thank you for the $10 on Cash App for teaching and showing facts. I know. I think my teaching skills are best put to use here and my research skills. And that's what I want. It's like, we might not be able to stop this, but forever, all of this corruption will be on record. So, this clip is Joe Neguse going after Jody Arrington. What happens in the Rules Committee are people come and try to add these ridiculous amendments or defend bullshit. Republicans show up to try to slip in some corruption, and then people like Joe Neguse will question them about it. And Joe Neguse literally just gets Jody Arrington to admit, yeah, this bill is fiscally irresponsible. At the end of it, he's just yeah, I give up. You're right.
No, I'm talking about in the bill. Yeah. There's no pork in this bill that we can take. It's a pork-free bill in your view. That's it. This is just.
If you'll ask me specifics.
What about the Garden of Heroes? $40 million for President Trump's Garden of Heroes. Can't we? Why not just say, you know what? We've got a huge deficit, and.
I'm sorry, if no one knows, and I do find it ironic that whenever Trump wants to waste money on something, MAGA's behind him, or bending over for him, or giving him a Andrew Jackson saying, yeah, waste more money. Trump has spent $200 billion more in his first 100 days than Joe Biden did the year prior. And it's gotten worse since that point. We're on, I think it's day 164, and he's on a faster rate to spend even more. But for some reason, none of you guys give a and if you don't know, I just wanted to President Trump's budget bill includes $40 million for statues at the new National Garden of Heroes. That's just something Trump made up, where he wants a bunch of very expensive statues to be grouped together somewhere that will cost $40 million. Oh, thank you. I will reset the gift goal. Thank you for reminding me. I have a lot going on. Page 820 of the big, beautiful bill states that the $40 million in funds for the statues appropriated for the National Endowment for Humanities for fiscal year 2025. Yeah. I'm just trying to look. Yeah, it's just people Trump thinks are heroes. They're going to have $40 million in statues created. And the Republicans are trying to defend this. But I honestly think they have no idea what's in this bill too. Like, I don't think they even know about these things, but I just want everyone to understand what the F the Garden of Heroes or whatever it is. It's like, remember that billionaire that was giving kickbacks to that Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, Harlan Crow? I think Trump heard about Harlan Crow's Garden of Statues. If you haven't heard, the guy that keeps bribing Clarence Thomas, he's a billionaire who has a statue of his favorite schmaltzy war heroes. So I think Trump heard that and he's like, wait, I should have a garden of weird statues too.
No, I'm talking about in the bill.
Yeah.
There's no pork in this bill that we can take. It's a pork-free bill in your view. That's it. This is just.
If you'll ask me specifics.
What about the Garden of Heroes? $40 million for President Trump's Garden of Heroes. Can't we? Why not just say, you know what? We've got a huge deficit, and that's probably not the most prudent way to spend our taxpayer dollars. Let's just reallocate that $40 million. That's a bridge too far for you?
Well, I think there's not a bill that I've read and reviewed since I've been a member of Congress, certainly since I've been the budget chair, that I felt lived up perfectly to what I thought we ought to do in stewardship of tax dollars, and what I thought was consistent with the constitutional scope and of this,
Chair,
of this federal government.
You could understand our struggle because, as I said, last 7 weeks, you've testified a few times here. Every time you testify, this bill gets more expensive. Yeah. And the answer is always, well, down the road, of course, we could address this, and there are ways in which we can try to identify potential places where funding, where potential cuts can be identified, and so on and so forth. Here is an example right in front of you. $40 million. You could take care of that today. There's an amendment, I believe, that was submitted. You could rule that in order and say, you know what, we're going to put that $40 million towards deficit reduction. If you're serious about wanting to address the fiscal health of the country. But to me, I think this bill couldn't be a worse representation, respectfully, of fiscal discipline. You have.
Amen. And Jody Arrington keeps showing up. He's right. Jody Arrington claims to be a fiscal hawk, and yet keeps showing up and embarrassing himself in the Rules Committee. And I never get tired of Jonah Goose going after him because there's a long history of. Sorry, hold on. Sorry. Okay, and we haven't heard from Jamie Raskin. I have some later. Finally today, he was on the House floor. Oh my God. Actually, he might have had the best clip on the House floor, but I put this in earlier before he was on the House floor because I was like, I haven't heard from Jamie Raskin, and I love him. If you don't know, Jamie Raskin is literally probably the foremost constitutional scholar in the country, and if we ever get another Supreme Court pick, the Democrats, he might sit on the Supreme Court. He's absolutely brilliant.
My question to start for you, and you heard Congressman McGovern there, are you confident that Democrats can convince Americans that the impacts of this bill are Republicans' fault? That is a messaging challenge.
Well, look, it's a total party line vote. I accept that they can't even hang on to all the Republicans.
A messaging challenge because Republicans can't read, maybe.
So you've got Senator Tom Tillis from North Carolina, who's essentially surrendering his political career because he can't go along with throwing hundreds of thousands of people in his state off of their health care plan. I mean, you've got Lisa Murkowski, who basically said the only way I'll vote for it is if you cut Alaska out and they deal her a special exemption from the effects of the bill. So it is a horrific bill that is targeted at taking health care away from 16 or 17 million Americans, 14 million in Medicaid and millions more in the Affordable Care Act and in Medicare in different ways. And millions of people will be thrown off of the SNAP program and nutrition. So there's nothing to recommend this bill. I can't understand why anybody would vote for it.
Thank you. I just saw, thank you, Lainey Readers. And Lainey, love you. You're absolutely amazing. You're absolutely brilliant. A pleasure as always. Thank you for being here and for rating. Lush and I Hate It, my favorite TikTok name. Thank you for the giveaway sub as well. You are amazing. Oh yeah, I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, I love Scanlon. I'm trying to. I don't remember, where is Mary Scanlon from. I don't remember what state. I love Representative Scanlon. She's always debating in the Rules Committee. And here's another point she made yesterday, or yeah, yesterday in the Rules Committee.
This is the largest spending bill in history. It costs more than the CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Infrastructure Bill, and the CHIPS Act combined, and it's not paid for. Republicans are going to make the country borrow another $4 trillion, not for clean energy, not to promote health care, not to promote housing, but to pay for tax cuts. It doesn't sit well with my constituents. It shouldn't sit well with yours either. If this bill is passed and it's sent to President Trump, then our Republican colleagues will be responsible for the most expensive and wasteful bill in our nation's history. The biggest transfer of wealth, the biggest loss of health coverage that our country has ever experienced. And I think it's a tremendous failure of leadership that despite all the opposition to the bill, despite its cost, despite the major fiscal implications, that the country's being sent off a cliff. And watching this bill advance is like watching a train wreck in slow motion. It doubles down on policies we all know will leave our country worse off. It's a roadmap to a sicker, hungrier, and more unequal America. Hospitals will close, people won't get the care they need, our kids won't get the food they need, and the rich will get richer, no matter the cost to everyone else. This is a mortgage of our future. It's putting us deeper in debt. It's a legislative failure. It's a moral failure, and it should not become law. You will be shocked to know I have some questions.
Be shocked to know I have some questions. Like the dark sarcasm of the Democrats, but there's no other option, but I love to see people like adopt my dark sense of humor. Cause like when you get into super dark, traumatic times, like the only way you survive this, how I survived my childhood with the darkest humor. Like people always like, God, your humor is sick. It's like, yeah, well, you try to make yourself laugh in the most disturbing times. So again, this is Angie Craig, representative from Minnesota, during the whole, like, we're all standing outside on the Capitol steps, every Democrat standing out here type press conference this morning, speaking again. Which again, I love Angie Craig. There's just so many reps, it's hard to know them all, but Angie Craig has definitely emerged as someone I love.
The Senate's version of this bill, which House Republicans are now all too eager to pass, goes a step further by targeting our nation's veterans, our nation's former foster youth, and people experiencing homeless in this nation as well. Veterans like Yolanda Gordon of South Carolina. Yolanda served our nation proudly in the Army. When she transitioned back to civilian life, there was no daycare in Yolanda's rural house home care community. Nothing that was equipped to meet her child's special needs so that she could only work part-time while caring for that child. SNAP helped Yolanda keep her child safe, healthy, and fed. Yolanda served our nation selflessly, and then she returned to serve the needs of her child. And now Republicans in the Senate version take away all of the hard-fought negotiated exclusions for our nation's veterans to have those work requirements. Now they want to take the dignity and respect away from Yolanda and veterans like her across this country. The Senate.
Thank you. And actually, that reminds me, I should have played. I didn't want to go too much into Senate clips, like when there were so many clips on the House floor, but it kind of, listening to her and her focus on veterans reminded me that I should play. Because one thing, I don't know if anyone caught it when you heard her say it. I'm going to reset the gift code now because I had it open. I know we're one away. I'm just going to reset it. Okay. Let me find this clip because I always say we had to replace John McCain. John McCain has hard shoes to fill in Arizona because we all love him. Thank you so much for the gift. So we replaced him with an astronaut. I mean, how do you replace a war hero? You got to find an astronaut who's also a war hero. And I just remembered he spoke beautifully. Thank you so much for the gift. He spoke beautifully in this clip. And I remember when I played, it occurred to me who he's talking about, because I remember Ruben Gallego, who's our junior senator in Arizona, also a war hero, and Mark Kelly, Captain Mark Kelly, who's an Air Force pilot and astronaut, and his twin is also an astronaut. Get you a senator that's been to space. That's the only person you can replace John McCain is with. We're like, he has to have been to outer space. That's the standards in Arizona for war heroes after John McCain. We must get someone who's crossed over Earth's gravity. But I remembered when I heard this clip, I was like, oh my God, yeah. When you heard Angie Craig say, we're going after foster care youth, I remember that Ruben Gallego and Mark Kelly held this town hall in Arizona where a woman started speaking because she had adopted children from foster care who had all these mental health and health issues, and her name was Kiana Brown, and God, it was like, it moved me to tears. I didn't have time to find the actual clip of her saying this at the town hall, but I love that Mark Kelly remembers and continues telling her story.
And I know Arizona doesn't have a statewide election coming up, but is this something that they're going to hold on to over the next 3 years?
Well, if they lose their health insurance, and I think you're right about those numbers, 320,000 people like, Kiana Brown, a woman I met who has 2 kids or 2 or 3 kids she adopted through foster care. One of them has significant health care needs. Because they came from foster care, her kids get Medicaid. She told me that she feels like the Republicans are burning down my house and my kids are still inside. Yeah, I think folks like Kiana Brown and other people that I have met and talked about this issue, yeah, sure, they're going to remember.
And I know Arizona.
You could have heard, I'm going to go back and look for that clip. This woman spoke at a town hall in Scottsdale, Arizona. And I mean, people were crying while she was speaking. Like, you're burning down my house and my kids are still inside. I can't, I think that is so apropos in this moment, but I forgot about that until I heard Angie Craig say that. It's like everything Republicans claim they care about. We're pro-life. You are. Oh, we want to save kids' lives. No, you want to force women to give birth and then you want to leave them all behind. You're forcing people with no way to take care of children to give birth. They end up in a terribly backlogged foster system. At least they had Medicaid. Oh, wait, you're kicking them off of that. There was no leg to stand on. Oh, thank you so much, Robin. Cool. I've actually never seen that gift. My ADHD thanks you. You have no leg to stand on. Everything you claim to care about, if you could read or do math, you understand. You are now doing the opposite in this bill. So the only thing to do is to either leave the Republican Party or just embrace being a giant hypocrite who has no idea what they're talking about. Those are your choices. Oh, we're getting to Maxwell Frost. I'm so excited. Sorry, this is how my brain works. This is the presentation. Wait, is that Angie? Okay, yeah. Oh, we're getting into even better. This. So this is later today. Jim McGovern, who's the ranking member of the Rules Committee, and that job, it's not just running people over in the Rules Committee. You also control the debates for bills on the House floor. That's why he's always speaking and reserving time or granting time, because he's the ranking member of the Rules Committee. And you'll see Gross, Skeletor, or Virginia Fox doing the same thing. But this is one of his first, and at noon, Jim McGovern, you could tell he's just I've had it with this.
Choose to side with the American people and deliver on the mandate that they gave us back in November. I urge my colleagues to put America first, support the rule, and pass the one big, beautiful bill. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, cult much? That gentleman's poster says it all. It's not about American families. It's about one big party for Trump. It's about swelling up his ego. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California.
Say cult much? Like Jim McGovern, you could tell what Jim McGovern has to do. He's just like, you'll just see him it's like whatever. He really rarely has a filter, but that it just throughout the day, he'll just start screaming things and just be like, it's like, look, what he's talking about, this man paid, oh wait, you can't, hold on. Sorry, I forget there's like a time delay. So I'm looking at I've got to go back a little bit so you can see what I'm trying to highlight. Hold on. There, someone paid for this sign to be made while they lied about Trump's bill because Trump wants to have a 4th of July celebration around and be like, look, I robbed you all and I'm laughing in your face. Some Republican had this sign made. He's like, cult much? Just like he said, this is to stroke someone's ego. This has nothing to do with helping the American people. Here's AOC, what she was amazing. I also like that she brought up the no tax on tips. This was AOC like around 1 p.m. on the House floor, or just before 1 p.m.
President Trump had issued some statements throughout this process saying and urging, insisting that this bill does not cut Medicaid. He's also said some things, he says he doesn't think I'm too much of a smart person. And I'll tell you one thing. It doesn't take a smart person to know if you're being lied to. President Trump, you're either being lied to or you are lying to the American people. Because this bill represents, in the text of this bill, the largest and greatest loss of health care in American history. 17 million Americans will lose their health care on this bill, not undocumented people, not quote unquote the disgusting term illegal, but 17 million Americans will have their health care cut from this bill. On this point,
Dee asked, when did this yes, this is today. Like I said, it's just before 1 p.m. That's everything I'm pretty much showing in this live either happened late yesterday or today. Like I'm kind of just showing you guys the debates. And again, just to remind, you heard that creepy guy with the sign, Trump say, approve the rule and pass the bill. Because that's what's going on currently. And let me just refresh my Punchbowl News minute-to-minute updates to see if anything else. Nope, I think we're still in the same place. So again, there's 2 votes. They need to vote to approve the rule, and I'm not going to get deep into that, but the gateway to a House floor vote is the Rules Committee. So first they have to approve the rule to get the vote to the final vote to the floor. And Trump has made up a fake deadline that is not real and doesn't exist of July 4th. So he can use more of our tax dollars and throw a fake party after he robs us all. So let me just read. This is a 1 minute ago update because I don't want anyone to think like, why are we watching this? What's happening? Yeah, all this happened today, and that's why I want to show you. But House Republican, this is the latest update 1 minute ago, which is pretty much the one I gave you, unfortunately, 10 minutes ago. House Republican leaders are trying to corral enough votes to pass the bill, but really to pass the rule. They still haven't gotten the rule through. Like I explained, the rule is where you'll see Republicans holding out for a bribe. Right? They're like, I'm holding out because I have principles. No, they're like, they want something. And right now, Mike Johnson and Trump are making promises behind closed doors to Republicans for their votes. House Speaker Mike Johnson has said a final vote passage could take place as early as Wednesday, but it's highly unlikely it will happen today. Several House Republicans have voiced concerns about changes made by the Senate, right? Because the reason we're back in the House is because the Senate changed the bill so much. If the House doesn't want to change the bill back though, because if they did, then it has to go back to the Senate for their approval, right? It's like a game of ping pong. So what Trump and Mike Johnson ideally want is to bribe the final 12 holdouts and get their votes to pass it in its current form, which is egregiously wrong and will rob us all. It's the largest transfer of wealth in a bill in American history. But yeah, I'm just looking at the previous thing. Yeah, House Republicans stall votes as objections continue. So yeah, that we're still in the same holding pattern we were. And I'll keep updating this. So if anything happens, but just understand, yeah, I'm showing you what is going on and has happened today on the House floor. These are Democrats and Republicans dissenting, and we'll get to it, but very few Republicans. That's why the ones you do see, like a creepy sign guy here, because Mark Alford, sorry, I was like, couldn't even remember his name for a second. Very few Republicans will even get on the House floor to defend it because they're ashamed. And Jim McGovern, which I think it's coming up here pretty soon after we listen to AOC's stuff, like, points it out. He's literally like, hey, if you guys want to give us your time, like we have hundreds of speakers that want to say something and you guys have no one. Because Republicans are literally hiding and won't get on the House floor and defend this bill. I mean, I wouldn't either. It's career suicide. But yeah, like there's Democrats lined up to rail against this, and they're trying to get any Republican to like show their face and say something.
Of tax on tips. As one of the only people in this body who has lived off of tips, I want to tell you a little bit about the scam of that tax, a little bit of the fine print there. The cap on that is $25,000, while you're jacking up taxes on people who make less than $50,000 across the United States, while taking away their SNAP, while taking away their Medicaid, while kicking them off of the ACA and their health care extensions. So if you're at home and you're living off tips, you do the math. Is that worth it to you? Losing all your health care, not able to feed your babies, not being able to put a diaper on their bottom in exchange for what? This bill is a deal with the devil. It explodes our national debt. It militarizes our entire economy, and it strips away health care and basic dignity of the American people for what? To give Elon Musk a tax break and billionaires the greedy taking of our nation. We cannot stand for it, and we will not support it. You should be ashamed.
God, I love her. Thank you. And I could make more mathematical arguments for how stupid the no tax on tip is. By the way, which on Monday, if you were here on Monday when I did this same thing for the debates on the Senate floor, I think it was Sheldon Whitehouse. I'm pretty sure it was Sheldon Whitehouse who correctly pointed out that just like Trump always does, these tax cuts for the rich and corporations are in perpetuity, which is possibly illegal, but who knows? And the no tax on tips, it's like for 3 or 4 years and it drops off. That's what they always do. They make these fake promises, which I could tell you what, the no tax on tips is worthless. Period. If you understand it and like how mathematical models show behavioral change around it, yeah, it's not actually a good thing for anyone in any way, but it's stupid. It's just to make people think they get something. But when you see the deficit, like the absolute travesty of the Republicans widening the deficit get smaller in year over year in the 10-year graph of this, it's because they're not even allowing this to happen for 10 years, but Republicans can't read or do math. So they're not, I mean, MAGA, the people that vote for Republicans, they don't know. They're like, yeah, no tax on tips. Yeah. For a couple of years till that drops off. And by the way, that's benefiting barely anyone if you read the bill and the rules around it. But that's neither here nor there. Just let them think they got to win. Oh, and that's kind of worthless. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is the moment. Okay. Jim McGovern is probably, I mean, for most amazing comments on the House floor today, Jim McGovern wins. But for the best moment on the House floor, I'm going to give it to Representative Jamie Raskin, constitutional scholar, and could one day sit on the Supreme Court. Like, he rewrote the preamble to the Constitution and shamed Republicans with his new version. And when I say this has to be one of the best moments, like, I don't know, I just would, there's always, Jamie Raskin is just a wordsmith. You know, I love words and vocab. It's like my passion. So watch Jamie Raskin just in a minute, just shame Republicans. And once I play this, this will forever be on the internet. Like, just even though this is a nightmare that we can't necessarily stop, we are on the right side of history.
Gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, I found the preamble to this big ugly bill. We the billionaires and our king, in order to deform and sicken our union, establish injustice, ensure domestic servility, weaken our people's defenses, undermine the general welfare, and reserve to ourselves and our posterity staggering debt servitude for eternity, do hereby instruct the Republicans in Congress to strip 17 million people of their health care, increase co-pays, deductibles, and premiums for everyone else, cut 42 million people off of nutritional assistance, increase the national debt by $4 trillion, trash renewable energy systems, increase our electric bills for the carbon kings, all to weaken and destroy the Constitution of the people of these United States of America. Please include this preamble in the legislative record. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina.
I mean, thank you, J.V. Raskin, for I mean, that's the reality. And if you don't know what the preamble to the Constitution says, it says the exact opposite of what this bill does, of what Donald Trump has done to this country. Period. That's the truth. And I find it most amazing because, you know, these people claim to be textualists, originalists, who revere the Constitution and any supporting documents written in that time. And you don't need to look any farther than the preamble to the Constitution to know that every conservative and MAGA weirdo who can't read or do math that votes for this has done the exact opposite, period. And I miss Jamie Raskin being the ranking member of Oversight and Accountability, because it's like poetry, the way he words things. It just never gets better. And then here comes Jim Covered again, who I just can't get enough of.
Mrs. If I can inquire of the gentlelady, if she doesn't have many speakers, maybe she can lend us some time, because we have a ton.
Nice try.
Where I said that, like, the Republicans can't, like, pay someone to get up here and defend this bill, and they're just sitting there in silence during the Republican times. And Jim McGovern's like, well, we have a line of hundreds of people. Like, do you want to give us some of your time so we can use it to get these people through faster? Like, and if you want to know why I call Virginia Fox the ghost of Marjorie Taylor Greene's future, like, she's horrible, and this will be Margarine in like 10 years.
Mrs. If I can inquire of the gentlelady, if she doesn't have many speakers, maybe she can lend us some time, because we have a ton.
Nice try, Mr. McGovern.
In Congress, we can measure how much people really believe in their position by whether they're willing to come and join their leaders on the House floor. Well, I count 4 members on the Republican side, and we've got over 75 over here. And you know, but if I were them, I wouldn't want to be associated with this bill either, Mr. Speaker.
And this is early before Jim McGovern gets real pissed. Like, I think Jim McGovern is just amazing. I can't get enough. Oh, and sorry, Steph, I haven't looked at YouTube. Correction, Murkowski is the second worst negotiator. Don't forget about No Deal Donnie. She only promised 1 deal, not 90. Oh, but wait, Steph. Today, while Trump tries to distract us all from the fact we're all being robbed by him, he did announce a preliminary trade deal with Vietnam. Just like all the other trade deals he announces that aren't final and are based in nothing real, he did announce another fake deal today with another country that has signed nothing and agreed to nothing. I love Meg's like, we almost have a deal with another country. Or those are the smart ones that know that Trump has zero trade deals. No one signed a goddamn thing. And he keeps announcing fake deals. He did it today again. He's like, we have, wait, and I think I think it's the New York Times. I don't want to shame someone that didn't do it, but I get like minute to minute updates from like New York Times, Washington, well, a lot of different things. I'm just looking for it because I opened it and I was just like, oh my God, I hate this. It's like, I think the New York Times headline was like, Trump announces preliminary deal. Yeah, meaning none of it is finished. They're never signed. He just says something's going to happen. And then when we're like, hey, when are they going to sign the deal? He's like, 2 weeks, just 2 weeks, 2 weeks for everything. And yet he's never done anything. Oh yeah, we're almost to 400K. Let's tap the screen. The only thing we have control over today. Tap that screen. Filipina Zena, also thank you for the super chat on YouTube. I didn't even read it before I said that. Everyone tap the screen and share the live. Call your representative and tell them to say no to the big stupid bill. Don't give up. Love you, Felice. Yeah, I'm going to start crying. Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate that. And truly, and even after I always say this, I'm a native born Arizonan. My family didn't have a stable life. So we moved every year to like pretty much a different apartment, different district. So I've lived all over what we call the greater Phoenix area, but particularly all over Phoenix. So yeah, like don't limit yourself to just your rep. It's important to let everyone every representative in your city or your state know that their time is limited. When I get really like tonight, when I'm sitting in bed, not able to sleep because of this BS, I will send some very carefully and disturbingly worded emails, possibly some faxes. You don't need a fax machine, as Joanna and Chrissy, my mods, always point out. There's apps to fax Congress people, and they have to read your faxes, they have to read your emails, they have to listen to your voicemail. Well, someone does, one of their staffers. So don't limit to just your direct rep right now. Where have you lived in that state? Call everyone and let them know you are going away soon. People will never forgive you for this. Create a mountain of horrible messages that they have to read. Just keep letting them know, even after the bill passes, because I understand we can drag our feet, but it's probably going to pass. Then I like to let them know now that it's finished. I know for sure you're leaving Congress. Like, it's always appropriate whenever you feel frustration and you don't know who to take that frustration out on. If you don't debate MAG online and yell at them like I do, or you don't want to yell at your own family members who voted for Trump, that's how you take it out. Just let people know no one will ever forgive you for this. Even if not in the near future, you're on the wrong side of history and no one will ever, your name will be erased from your tombstone for what you have done. Like, those are the kind of things I say. I'm not saying you have to sit with, that's the kind of emails I send to Congress people in Arizona. But yeah, just let them know the position. I know because you have no spine and you can't stand up to a madman, here's what will happen to you later on down the road. That's just the type of messages I send to my Congress. I'm just suggesting it's a way to release your anger and practice communication, it's always appropriate to let them know that they have no spine. Just type it over and over again. You'd be surprised. I have different letters like saved in notes apps that I just copy and paste. Never let them forget that they don't have a spine and no one likes them. Oh, here's another example. So, I said like no Republicans would get on the House floor. And I just checked like my favorite people who clip congressional debates. Yeah, like not much has moved. I pretty much have all of the clips or the good moments on the House floor, except for like two, which I can show you later on directly on X. But like, here's an example. So I'm trying to, oh God, I'm going to forget. Tim Kennedy, I think he's like from New York, like 20th district or something. So he's a Democrat. So he gets on the House floor and says something. And then after him, here comes another Kennedy who's like from Utah and can't even speak without shaking. I just find it hilarious. Like, no Republicans. So they got this like young kid who was just elected to the House to go after this guy and try to defend the bill. And it's just embarrassing at this point. I wouldn't get up there either. So they're getting like the rookies who are too stupid to understand, like, you could never come back from this to do it. Not this guy, by the way. This is a Democrat from New York. I'm saying there's two Kennedys. This is Tim Kennedy, and then like a recently elected child from Utah gets up after him and embarrasses himself.
I urge my Republican colleagues to stand up, grow a spine, stop bowing down to represent.
Write this in an email. See, this is the kind of stuff I write.
I urge my Republican colleagues to stand up, grow a spine, stop bowing down to your king, Donald Trump, represent your constituents like you were elected to do, and vote no on this horrible, big, ugly bill. I yield back.
Yeah, go Tim.
For the third time, the chair would remind members not to engage in personalities toward the president, or they will be
saying, if you're like, what does engage in personalities mean? Apparently calling Trump by what he wants everyone to refer to himself, a king, is wrong. If you say engaging in personalities, like for instance, when Margarine Taylor Greene attacked Jasmine Crockett and said, like made fun of her eyelashes or something. I can't even remember what she said to her. And then Jasmine Crockett called her, what was it? A bad butch body, whatever, like that whole thing. That's what you would call engaging in personalities. It's like when you personally kind of go after someone's appearance or their person, right? And all he said was that Trump's a king. Like, that's ridiculous. That's what Trump posts memes of himself as.
Called out of order. Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
That's her. The ghost of Margarine's future. There she is, the chair of the Rules Committee. In 10 years, I imagine Margarine looking exactly like Virginia Fox, North Carolina. Can we not get rid of this woman? Is there nothing we can do to get rid of this woman? In 10 years, Margarine will look and talk just like her. We don't need two.
In order. The House will be in order.
Democrats are yelling shit about Trump in the background. That's what's happening. They're yelling.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you stop nothing. They think you're a joke. Okay, so here's that they had to get it. Virginia's like, can we not get any Republican to get up here and defend this? So Representative Mike Kennedy from Utah gave it a shot. Like, look how much he doesn't seem to want to be up here. Does this look like someone that sure...
We need to right-size these programs. Mr. Speaker, if we don't take a different trajectory, these programs will collapse under the economic failures of prior administrations. The reality behind this is this bill that we're discussing today, it is insisting on work requirements associated with the recipient of Medicaid. If you are an able-bodied working adult, you should be able to go out and find a job. If you can't find a job, you need to go to a training program and try to find training so that you can get a job and ultimately get off Medicaid. One of the components about Medicaid, you need to right-size.
Okay, state the obvious guy. Like, that's not what you're supposed to be doing. Like, he's just like, I'm just going to state as many obvious things as I can while my voice is visibly shaking. And I hope no one notices. Like, he's like, I'm going to state the most obvious facts about this bill that nobody is disputing. Like, yeah. And again, like, if you've been here the whole time, you know, this bill is modeled after Georgia's state Medicaid program, which is called Pathways, which has work requirements. And it's not that people don't qualify for the work requirements. It's that they have to report them every single month through a government reporting system that is impossible to use, literally. And then people just get kicked off their health care. That's the point of this. Just like what Trump did through Doge with Social Security, closing Social Security offices, shutting down the hotline, making it as hard as possible as it is to claim benefits that people deserve and paid taxes on forever. Okay, and this is a great moment. Jasmine Crockett, in like the middle, it was like 11 p.m., I think, Eastern time, showed up in the Rules Committee to yell at Virginia Fox and debate the rule. And I was like, oh, this is amazing. So this is Jasmine Crockett last night late in the Rules Committee debating.
No one has talked about how many billionaires we actually have in this country. We have more billionaires in the United States than any other country, but the total number is 83. Last time I checked, we have 435 members in the House, and we have 100 members in the Senate, yet somehow 83 people in this country have more representation than the hundreds of thousands that are about to lose their health care as well as their SNAP benefits. If I just started going through the Republicans that sit on this committee briefly, I would tell you that, Chairwoman, you have 112,000 people that are about to lose SNAP benefits.
She's talking to the ghost of Marjorie's future, Virginia Fox, about her district in North Carolina. And I can tell you, 112,000 in one district, that's a scary amount of people to lose Medicaid. That's on the very high end. Like, that's... So what she's saying is you've been elected by impoverished MAGA Republicans to protect their interests, and you're sitting here overseeing selling them out, you weirdo.
I would tell you that, Chairwoman, you have 112,000 people that are about to lose SNAP benefits just in your district. I would tell you that it is estimated in your state, as your senators stated, that roughly 651,982 would lose their health care. Or I would tell Rep. Fishbach that 67,000 people on SNAP, and in the entire state of Minnesota, 173 would lose their health care. I could go on with these numbers, or I could tell you about the fact that even when we look at my state, and I know that Chip Roy sits on this committee, but he's not here right now, but we have 56,000 people that are on SNAP in his district. But in the entire state of Texas, we have 1.6 million people that may lose coverage. And no one is talking.
Someone said they have a girl crush on Jasmine Crockett. If you have followed me for a long time, I worked on the Kamala Harris campaign in Arizona. It wasn't paid. I don't want to accept money to work on political things, because then I feel like they're going to try to make me not say what I think. But I met Jasmine Crockett, and I was so creepy. And I mean, I was like on a live stream. Everyone watched it. She's like, I like took a picture with her, tried to like cling to her. And she's like, please get away from me, weirdo. And I was like, okay, bye. Love you. I love you so much. No, but I say this like after the live stream, I was telling, like, I can't explain it, but she showed up to just an office where people were about to go knock door to door at this campaign. Actually, a lot of people did. Like Glenn Close came. That was the weirdest political. We were in a room that was like the size of like someone, maybe a large master bedroom, like not large at all. And like Glenn Close showed up, Jessica Alba, Jasmine Crockett. I'm trying to remember all the people. But Glenn Close was the weirdest one. Like Oscar winner Glenn Close, you're just here to motivate us all before we go knock on doors. Okay, this is crazy. Like, it was so weird. But like, I can't explain it to you. Jasmine Crockett is not tall. She's probably like 5'4". I don't know, like 5'3" or 5'4". But like, it's like you can just see this, like the crowd part. Like, I just can't explain someone who's like projecting power But yeah, it was truly amazing to watch. Oh, and not to creep anyone out, but she smells great. Much better than I'm sure Trump's $256 bottle of cologne. Yeah, like I just can't. But like people move when Jasmine Crockett walks. It's fascinating to watch. I'm sure she smells better than Trump. Absolutely positive. But again, I have two more clips of Jasmine in the Rules Committee because this went on.
State. And I know that Chip Roy sits on this committee, but he's not here right now. But we have 56,000 people that are on SNAP in his district. But in the entire state of Texas, we have 1.6 million people that may lose coverage. And somehow we have 83 billionaires. And somehow they have 535 people that are speaking up for them every single day to make sure that when they get married for a second or third or fourth time, that they can go ahead and have another $50 or $60 million wedding. Instead of protecting access to these programs, you're cutting them to help billionaires who pay less in taxes than some of the teachers in our country. You claim to want a tax system and budget that helps people, but that's impossible when you're subsidizing tax credits off of the folks who can't even afford to treat their kids or family to a nice meal because federal minimum wage hasn't gone up in 15 years. State. And I know that
Exactly. And I love her glasses. I could never pull off those glasses, but I just love those glasses too. Like, just love. Oh, and here's the best part of the whole thing. This is my last clip of Jasmine.
I will wrap up by saying this. I don't really understand what it is that y'all plan to go back and tell your constituents. I'm glad that some of y'all decided to show up. But the reality is that you have sold your constituents out for 83 people in this country. And each of our districts should have approximately 766,000 people. How is it that you can explain that we still are running up the credit card and we have nothing to show for it except for the fact that we won't have food on the tables and we won't have health care? And with that, I will yield.
Thank you.
Give it. I love Virginia. Thank you. I'm a weird skeleton who is pretending I was not just humiliated. Cool. It's going to be so great when people of North Carolina, this is your chance. We can finally get rid of Virginia Fox, or time can pass by and I guess she could just expire. But I would love it. I wonder if she's going to seek re-election. I really hope not. It's time. If Tom Tillis is going, Virginia Fox, you should have been gone. You should have been gone a couple decades ago. Time to go on, get Virginia. Oh, and Stacey, thank you so much. Sorry I didn't see it sooner. I have so many windows open. Normally I have more screens and I can see this stuff in real time. Thank you for the $10 on Cash App for keep up the good work. Thanks for educating all of us. Thank you. And thanks for being here. Cause this relationship is symbiotic. Oh, this is a really good clip. Sorry. I get excited because now do you guys see, if you were here at the beginning of this live, I said, if you watched Monday's live, which all of the replays of the People's Receipts or any lives I'm in are on my YouTube, which is A Girl Has No Name, just like my account name on TikTok. I just feel like representatives, and maybe it's because they're younger on average age, maybe it's because they get elected every 2 years and need to fight harder and care more. But I just think the fight in the House is always, it's I believe it. You know what I mean? People in the House, when they're fighting for things, it's you can feel that they mean it, that they care. And it's sometimes with the Senate, on Monday, I played clips of Senate floor debates, which they're better. I think Senate Democrats have started to understand, hey, we're all watching and you need to try much harder than you are. But it's they're so used to just staying there and being entrenched in power. I just don't feel it like I feel it in the House. When the House Republicans when the House Democrats put up a fight, I believe it. I believe it's coming from their souls, I believe they are sick to their stomachs when they are yelling about this stuff. I just don't feel it all the time. I'm not saying every senator, because you know how I feel about Chris Murphy. I don't feel that way about every senator. I'm just saying on average, when I watch these fights happen on Capitol Hill, it's like I believe it more from House Democrats.
Are they supposed to go to get health care? 80 million Americans get their health insurance through Medicaid. Almost half of all American children get their coverage through Medicaid. What are you doing? Where is your humanity? What is the most chilling and soul-crushing part of this entire process is that the Republican majority doesn't care. They don't care. And this isn't speculative. It isn't being presumptuous or guessing about their intentions. They are literally telling us. The Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, called gutting Medicaid minutia and kicking millions of Americans off their health insurance immaterial. Republican Senator Mitch McConnell said Americans who are concerned about losing Medicaid will, quote, get over it. Republican Senator Joni Ernst defended the life-threatening gutting of Medicaid by saying, well, we're all going to die.
And then strolled through a cemetery. And then after facing horrific backlash from Iowa, which I think people of Iowa, it's time for Joni Ernst to go lay down in that cemetery. She trolled you in. Instead of saying, hey, I shouldn't say that. People are going to lose their lives. 50% of children are on Medicaid in America. 42% of babies, their births are funded by Medicaid. That's not a funny joke. She went and strolled through a cemetery and mocked the people of Iowa again. Time for Joni Ernst to go bye-bye. Take a nap. Forever.
As we sit here today, I am outraged by what Republicans are doing to future generations. I never want to hear Republicans say that they are the party of families ever again. Half of all children in the United States of America get their health care coverage through Medicaid. 1 in every 4 children in the United States of America get food assistance through SNAP. Republicans are taking away health care and food from our children in order to prioritize billionaires and perpetuate wealth inequality. It's wrong, it's immoral, it's unconscionable. We haven't even begun to unpack all the ways in which this bill is a moral abomination and honestly an embarrassment of a piece of legislation. If you were serious about putting together a good budget for the American people, you wouldn't try to shove it through on an artificial deadline. You wouldn't force debate through the dark cover of night. You wouldn't vote on it without even reading the text of the bill.
And people of Minnesota, you probably know better, but I believe this is Representative Kelly Morrison, which I think I was going to say she's definitely a doctor. I think she is actually an OBGYN. Like, she delivers babies. And I think that's why she's like so angry about this, for sure. So, yeah, I mean, I love her. And again, not many people show up to debate these types of bills in the Rules Committee, but yeah, like, she's brilliant. Oh, yeah, and this is Yasmin. Wait, I'm going to get it wrong. Yasmin Ansari, who just was elected in the last election to the House in Arizona, which there's another really good rep. When I was working on the Kamala Harris campaign in Arizona, when I met Tim. Oh my God! Why can't I can only remember her last name? What? Oh my God! What is the governor of Minnesota's last name? Why can I can only think of the person I'm about to talk about. What is his Walls? Sorry, I was gonna say Fox, and I can only picture her last name. Not only is Yasmin Ansari super young, but someone running in Arizona is now. I met in line. She was like another influencer working on this campaign, and she's running, I think, in either the 6th or 7th district in Arizona. And I met Yasmin Ansari several times. And it's like, even when you hear someone give campaign speeches, like, you don't know like how fierce they are, like how that's going to pan out. And it's like, when I watch her in the oversight and accountability hearings, and now she showed up in the Rules Committee in the middle of the night to, almost at midnight to scream about this, I'm like, man, it's like the gift that keeps on giving. Like, in Arizona, it's hard. Sometimes I don't know if we can elect young people, but even in Arizona, like what we saw from Mamdani, the guy who trounced all over, oh my God, I'm forgetting another name. What is that guy's who used to be governor of New York State? Last name Andrew, whatever, and his brother Cuomo. Yeah. Like, right, what we saw from that primary is that 18 to 35-year-olds, we almost doubled the 18 to 35-year-old turnout. If you compare it to registered Democrats at that age group, like, these people came out of nowhere to vote for this guy. And it's like, I see that happening in Arizona, where younger and younger people, including women, are being elected, which believe me, I say including women because if you understand Arizona, that's getting large groups of Hispanics to value women could sometimes be difficult. But she represents like the greater Phoenix area, Glendale, and she is tearing it up. Again, this is Yasmin Ansari.
Of hours. So to my Republican colleagues, I have a genuine question for you. I'm sure all of your constituents would like to know, have you read this bill? I mean, have you taken the time to even try to look at it, try to skim it? I mean, new text came out today. And if you have, does all of us being here right now, sitting here, mean that you're okay with everything that's in it? Are you okay with millions of people losing their health care as a result of this bill? Are you okay with people losing their homes as a result of this bill? Are you okay with millions of jobs being lost because of the clean energy rollbacks? Are you okay with billions of dollars going to ICE to rip families away from one another, to allow and enable Donald Trump to continue to break the law and to cement himself as a dictator of what is now an authoritarian regime? Either way, honestly, I don't know which one is worse. But I know that either way, your constituents and Americans deserve so much better than this.
Amen, Yasmin. Tell the people. And here's one more clip, like when she lands the plane. She is
make getting a degree possible for people, for rural families, working families, students who are the first in their families to ever be able to go to college. These are future teachers and nurses and doctors and innovators. We cannot make school even more unaffordable and out of reach for them. This bill is a massive step backward for our future. It sells out our communities, guts our healthcare, and slashes programs that millions of Americans depend on. Letting this bill pass will be a death sentence for many in this country. And the fact that you can all sit here so callously, not caring at all, and doing whatever it is that Donald Trump tells you to do is disgusting. I yield back.
Thank you. And that's why I do agree. Too bad David Hogg left the Democratic Party, right? Because like the leadership didn't agree with his plan to primary a bunch of people. Like I do. Listen, I understand the nuance of Congress of like, we need to hold seats any way we can. And like, that's why I did that whole thing a few minutes ago explaining like how tough it is in New York and why I think people are accepting money from AIPAC. Like, but I do think if people want to run for Congress who are young and people in whatever district all across the country, if they want to choose a progressive young candidate who will say things like you just heard her say, I think they should be allowed to run in a primary. Period. Like, let's see what the people want to hear. Because when I hear people, and we're about to get to what I was telling you about how this is almost midnight last night in the Rules Committee. And like Maxwell Frost comes in there and is just like, you could tell all the young people, because like, I don't know if there's like a stack rank of who gets to go first, but it seems like all the young people had to go last in the middle of the night. And Maxwell Frost just came in and just like unloaded on these people. Like you could just feel his rage. And it's like, I would rather have people that I could feel their fury for people losing health care, for children fearing being pew-pewed in schools, right? For veterans not being able to get the health care they need after fighting from our country. Yes, Maxwell Frost is coming. Don't worry, I wouldn't do that to you and not have the clip. But I'm just saying, like, I do think David Hogg was right. Like, I think everyone should get a chance to run in a primary. But I think the problem there is money. Like, because I also get it from the other side. The job of a Speaker of the House or a ranking member is to fundraise, right? And to make sure at the end of the day that party holds the House, right? And I mean, I've said this a million times. If you don't understand, if the North Carolina Supreme Court wasn't unbelievably corrupt, we would have held the House. Hakeem Jeffries would have successfully held the House if the maps in North Carolina weren't gerrymandered by a Republican Supreme Court. Oh, which, by the way, we have so few little good news. I don't know if anyone saw in Wisconsin when we held that Supreme Court seat in Wisconsin. I don't know if anyone saw what happened today, but they got rid of that AB ban from like 170 something years ago. And that's why those seats matter so much. Elon Musk spent millions and millions of dollars trying to steal a Supreme Court seat in Wisconsin. And because we held that seat, and I'm quoting Elon Musk when they're like, why are you spending so much money in Wisconsin? He said, so goes the Wisconsin Supreme Court, so goes the House. And now you are seeing what he means. And if we were holding the North Carolina Supreme Court, we'd be holding the House right now. That's how much this stuff matters. And now women can have health care in Wisconsin because we held the Supreme Court. Yeah, it's actually quite beautiful, but I don't want to distract from the importance of what's going on. Oh my God, here comes, look, that Marjorie, don't you think she looks Marjorie will look like this in, maybe it's less than 10 years. She's well on her way. Once, she's got to keep getting filler. Otherwise her face would probably already look like this. I mean, in 10 years, Marjorie, this will be Marjorie. Sooner rather than later, I think. But here's where we go. Like Andrew Clyde comes in, who's disgusting, and a representative in Texas who owns a bunch of Pew Pew stores, and comes in the middle of the night at the end when they're about to wrap things up. And if you know anything about Maxwell Frost, his whole platform in Florida is about regulation of pew pews because Parkland was a thing. Jared Moskowitz too, like they have been involved in school pew pewer situations and they're very passionate about this stuff. And then the guy that owns a bunch of pew pew stores in Tennessee is presenting an amendment so they can profit more off the sales of pew pews. And I think this is probably Maxwell Frost was listening to this and then just like it was like fueling his rage. Like, this is the most disgusting part of capitalism.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Stoneman Douglas. Jared Moskowitz went to Parkland and I couldn't remember the name Stoneman Douglas. Thank you, Lisa. See, I don't need to remember things because you guys are brilliant. I don't need to remember anything. Like, thank you, because I'm a perfectionist and I hate when I don't know what I'm talking about, and you guys always fill in the blanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appear before you today to testify in support of my amendment to eliminate the tax registration requirements for suppressors and short-barreled firearms under the National Firearms Act.
Yeah, so he's trying. Oh God, I can't even. Andrew Clyde is vile. I mean, most of the representatives in Tennessee are disgusting people. Especially the men. What's the Tim Burchett? Andrew Clyde. I feel like I'm forgetting one more. The guy. Andrew Clyde's the one that like takes picture. His Christmas card is like him and his kids with like ARs. Like, it's disgusting. But no, that man owns a chain of pew pew stores and will have greater margins and make more money. He is literally presenting amendments he directly will financially profit from. But, MAGA can't think for themselves or do math, so they don't care that someone is that corrupt. But, whatever. So anyways, here comes the first part of Maxwell Frost saying something, which I do love when people throw the Bible in fake Christians' faces.
I urge people to read the bill and vote no on it. And I do have to bring up one thing because Representative Hank Johnson earlier brought up some Bible verses about taking care of each other and the poor. And Madam Chair, you looked at him and said, you read those verses, which is great that you read them. I read them too. James 2:26 says faith without works is dead. So we can read the Bible verses all you want, but until you stand up for the health care of people, the poor, the people in our communities, those works are dead. I yield back.
I know that scripture very well, too. Dr. Adams, you're recognized.
Quiet, Virginia. You can barely keep your head at sitting upright. Like, just quiet, weirdo. And then here comes more, right, from creepy Andrew Clyde. Scanlon goes after him for introducing amendment he's going to directly profit off of at his Pew Pew stores.
Okay. Understood. I think we'll all disagree on that one. But you do own a couple gun shops, right? At least?
I do.
Taken in about...
Glad this is probably near the end of the live because, yeah, there's some language that's about to be used that could get... Let's all tap the screen aggressively. Let's gift. Let's share the live because if I remember, there's a lot of things. I remember recording this and thinking like it's either this or the coming clips where I was like, oh, good thing that this is some of the last clips I'm recording because this may be the last clips I play. And really quick, in case I get banned, I did thank you, Aunt Julie. I just saw your Venmo. Miss you. So happy you're back. I quit smoking 5 days ago. Awesome. Just like we talked about. You can never get rid of me now. Creepy. I know. That's not creepy. If you're creepy, I'm creepier. That's why you're my aunt. Love you. Thank you so much. Okay. So if I remember correctly, it's either this clip or the coming clips that are going to get real hostile and weird and probably say some words that are bad. So let's all aggressively tap the screen and we love TikTok shop, whatever.
Okay. Understood. I think we'll all disagree on that one. But you do own a couple gun shops, right? At least?
I do.
Taking in about $12 million a year?
I believe in the constitutional right to keep and bear arms,
But
as I think every solitary person should believe in.
Your business is selling guns and accessories, is that right?
We are enabling the individual participation in the preservation of liberty. That's what we do.
And I understand that.
Was Jim McGovern in the background? Because I love Jim McGovern because, just like I can't stop talking, you hear in the background go, "You're making money. Stop acting like you're running a charity, you sicko." And does Andrew Clyde give absolute creep vibes to anyone else? Is it just me, or is Andrew Clyde so creepy? Oh my gosh, I just mistook Andrew Clyde with someone else. Andrew Clyde's from Georgia, not Tennessee. That's okay. Sorry. The guy who did the Christmas card with the ARs is someone else. Sorry. That's someone from Tennessee. Sorry. It's been a long day. It just occurred to me when I was like, no, that's a different face. But Andrew Clyde is super creepy looking.
The push to deregulate silencers and braces and other things is being led by the gun sales operations because there's a higher profit margin there, and sales of guns themselves tanked after the pandemic ended. So from what we understand here is this is yet another NRA gun manufacturer supported grift effort to make money, and I would just seek unanimous consent to introduce the Washington Post article from June 27th, Republicans' tax bill would water down a central gun law.
Yeah, it's both their names are Andrew. That's right. It's Andy Ogles who did the pictures with the ARs, and he's in the district. The Christian school is in Andy Ogles' district where a pew are unalive children. Okay, yeah. Sorry. Both Andrews. Andrew Clyde is from Georgia, and Andy Ogles is from Tennessee. Sorry about that. I like to get things right. Okay, so, oh yes, now I'm remembering. And now Joe Neguse is goes at Andrew Clyde for his amendment, which Andrew, just to understand if any of this is confusing, remember what I said. They have to pass a rule to get this bill to the floor to vote. And I'll refresh it right now just to make sure I'm not giving bad information. 10 minutes ago when I last checked, yeah. I think we're in this. Wait, is this updating? Hold on, let me make sure before I say something not true. updated 2 minutes ago. House Republicans or leaders are still trying to corral enough votes. Yeah, to pass. Yeah. Okay. So there's no new updates. So they have not passed the rule yet that then will allow them to move the bill to the floor. So what Joe Neguse is saying at literally 1 a.m. in the morning yesterday is, your weirdo amendment that will benefit your pew pew stores is not going to be approved. Remember, I told you why. If they change this bill, it has to go back to the Senate for their approval. So they don't want to change any bills. So Andrew Clyde is just in here grandstanding for NRA money, right? And Joe Neguse, who's a genius, is pushing him into a corner, pointing out, hey, bro, this is not going to happen. You're just in here grandstanding for the NRA.
Mr. Clyde, I saw you tweeted out a statement that I don't want to misstate your words, but something to the effect of you're fighting to the end to push this particular amendment, this provision that you're fighting for.
It's constitutional.
So I assume, I hear you. So given that.
What else is constitutional? Because I can't stand MAGA since they can't read and they don't even know anything about 2A. The Second Amendment was to, arm regulated militias. They didn't keep pew-pews in their home. The weapons were kept, where the militia stored weapons. But that was, let me just be clear, 2A was about tracking down groups of white men, gathering together, getting pew-pews, and tracking down and pew-pewing runaway slaves. That's what 2A is. So while Andrew Clyde said, it's constitutional. Yeah, it's super horrible what you guys did. You enslaved black people. And then when they would try to escape, you guys changed the Constitution so you could get groups of white men armed to go chase them down and pew-pew them. Yeah, I'm glad you yell so proudly about the history of 2A. Disgusting.
Given your passion for that, I assume you're going to vote against the rule when this amendment is excluded?
How I vote, you'll find out when I vote. Okay, but I'll tell you this, that my amendment would certainly make the bill much better.
Well, but do you realize your amendment's not getting ruled in order? I mean, you don't actually think that it is getting ruled in order?
We shall see.
Well, I mean, I hope you'll stick around. So, because you've testified before this committee before, so I mean, I know you understand this. We're going to finish here in just about 5 minutes.
That's fine.
And then as the members depart the room, the chairwoman is going to call up the rule. There are going to be no amendments to this bill. So this is kind of theater here. Unless you're willing to vote against the rule tomorrow in 9 hours, I guess, if you feel so passionate about this amendment, you said it's constitutional.
It is.
Clearly you're impassioned
about it. Well, if you don't ask, the answer is no.
What was that?
If you don't ask, the answer is no.
But you know the answer is no. Well, Chairwoman, are you going to rule Mr. Clyde's amendment in order? Am I mistaken on this? I thought this was a closed rule.
Just like Mr. Clyde said, you'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely is a closed rule, and they can't amend this or it has to go back to the Senate, and this is stupid. And the only real stand, this is just grandstanding in the middle of the night, wasting time, is being Thomas Massey, vote against the rule, right? If you believe this is constitutional and is well deserved to be in here, then you would vote against the rule and vote with Democrats. That's the only option. Otherwise, you're just wasting time talking.
So I guess in 7 minutes, we all will find out, lo and behold, that your amendment and all the other amendments that have been submitted are not going to be entertained. And I guess I would just say, Mr. Clyde, if you feel this passionate about it, because some of your other colleagues, Mr. Massey, for example, are very passionate about particulars with respect to this bill and willing to vote against the rule to ultimately ensure that his worldview is reflected. So insofar as you believe this is, a sacrosanct constitutional principle, as you've described, I would think that you'd vote against the rule. But in any event, I hope you'll stick around for a couple minutes for the chairwoman to announce that your amendment has not been made in order. But Mr. Clyde, I saw. Yes.
And oh my God, it just gets worse and worse. So here's what I was talking about. This is the coup de grace when Maxwell Frost at like 1:30 in the morning just flips out. And I love when when the ghost of Margarine's future, Virginia Fox, freaks out, because like it rarely happens anymore. And you could tell he's like, okay. And by the way, this is where we really need to love TikTok Shop. And I mean, because Maxwell Frost is going to say some things that are not appropriate for TikTok. So let's all just tap the screen, share the live. I don't have much more I have more things that happen on the House floor, but we've gone through a lot. So if the worst happens, I guess that's fine. But this is what happened in the middle of the night when Maxwell Frost is like, I am not sorry. I don't care. You want me to say sorry? I'm not saying sorry. I'm not sorry.
Yeah, see, they say they're pro-life because they want the baby to be born, go to school, and get shot in the school. Die in the school, die on the streets. No. That is what they say.
I'm not going to say anything. You've gone over the cliff.
I move to strike his words.
Over the cliff.
Wait. You've gone over. We were going.
You're creepy old Virginia being like, he's gone over the cliff. Be quiet. You guys are literally ordering the unalivings of children, babies, poor people, veterans, people in foster care. And you're saying he's gone over the cliff for saying something that's absolutely true. But listen to it. It's like, listen closely, because it's like, he yells things and then he also talks under his breath, which is the best part.
That is what they say.
Say anything. You've gone over the cliff.
I move to strike his words.
Over the cliff.
Wait. You've gone over. We were going to be quiet, but you've gone over now.
I meant every word.
We are.
I meant every word is what he just said. He just talks fast. That's Maxwell Frost. This is the first Gen Z congressperson. He went to Stoneman Douglas, like his platform he ran on, right? He went to a school where there was a pew-pewer, right? So he's very passionate about the hypocrisy of Republicans on the 2A issue.
Every word.
We are going to strike your words. But on the other hand, it might be good to leave your words.
When you hear her say, we're going to strike your words, it means from the congressional record, which is a primary source, we're going to erase your words, meaning no one will read them 100 years from now. But then she says, on second thought, maybe we should leave them so people know what Democrats are like. And it's like, do leave them. Do leave them. This pew-pew regulation, common sense control for pew-pews is an 85-15 issue. Let's do leave them. For the kids, that you guys pretend to care about.
But on the other hand, it might be good to leave your words. Might be good to leave your words. Because that's how you feel. But you are not going to come into this room and impugn our integrity. You will not.
You have no integrity. You guys are pathological liars. I love that. What integrity, Virginia? What are you talking about? And believe me, she's about to say, here comes a series of delusional lies from old crazy grandma.
We are pro-life people from conception to natural death. Most of us are. And don't you come in here and say, we want to preserve life so people can get shot.
That's what I've seen.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are you through, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez?
Get off my porch, young man. I'm delusional and have no idea what I'm saying. I'm too old to recognize every single bill we've passed is contrary to the words I just said. Don't make me turn on the hose. Go on, get. Republicans never send their best because people whose brains work would never do this.
I hope so.
Well, Madam Chair,
I want to thank all of our witnesses for coming in and laying out the distinct perspectives and approaches between how we believe this bill will affect Americans, their ability to get health insurance, which is essential to their ability to both live a healthy life and to continue to live. And with that, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I did make a motion that has not been acted on. If you would like for me to withdraw that motion, I will withdraw it.
Mr. Scott, I think it's better to leave those words in the
That's fine.
the
Let's let
record
them know how they feel.
than to take them out.
Motion, just for the record.
You guys feel we have factual math, we have facts and math to back up what we're saying. Like, it's you, MAGA has feelings. We have facts and math. Like, MAGA always confuses their feelings with the actual facts that are backed up by their, that Democrats have, backed up by Republicans' own voting records. No, you guys feel. We use statistical analysis, impact studies, which impact studies mean statistical analysis, to determine the impact of the BS you guys do. You guys feel. We use math.
You're withdrawing your motion. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. The panel is dismissed. Thank you very much.
Here comes creepy Andrew Clyde, the guy who wants to introduce an amendment to benefit, so he'd have better margins in his Pew Pew stores at Georgia, trying to quote scripture at Maxwell Frost.
You guys even have
By the way, I might remind my Democrat colleagues of Proverbs 13:5. Democratic colleagues of Proverbs 13:5. You can add 14:5 to that too. This whole bill.
Andrew Clyde, nobody needs you to bring up scripture, you weirdo. Oh my God. And that was the end. It pretty much ended at almost 2 a.m. in the Rules Committee. That was the conclusion, with Andrew Clyde being like, hey, I'd like to. And no, did Andrew Clyde's amendment get added to the bill? Of course, effing not. It didn't. We are in literal crazy town. I want to show one more. I feel like I have a really good Jim McGovern moment at the end of the day. I don't want to miss one. Sorry. I haven't missed too many. I have everything from the House floor, but some of it's just so. But I just want to make sure, because I think this is one of the best moments. I think, if I remember correctly, this is the wrong clip. Sorry. I have hundreds of clips, but I just don't want to forget something really good.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is a moral failure. It rips health care away from millions. It pushes more families into hunger. It leaves seniors stranded. Also, billionaires can keep more of what they'll never spend. Republicans say, lose your job? Too bad. Hospitals shut down? Good luck. Can't afford groceries or insulin? Figure it out. But if you're a big oil, a CEO, or a trust fund baby, don't worry, we've got you covered. This bill is about who matters and who doesn't. And guess what? Working people didn't make the cut. But I want my Republican colleagues to know they don't have to do this. They don't have to sell out their own communities. They don't have to vote for a bill that goes against fundamental things they claim to believe in. Crazy as it sounds, they don't have to hurt people to keep Trump happy. Find a spine. Find a conscience, for God's sake. Because the American people are watching. They know the difference between real leadership and bootlicking. A vote for this bill is a vote for cruelty. It's a vote for fiscal irresponsibility and a vote to screw over your constituents to give more to the ultra-wealthy. This bill is a middle finger to working people. Now, we can still stop this. We can still do the right thing. Vote no. Go back to the table. Work with us on tax relief for people who are not making millions and billions of dollars. Don't let this be your legacy. that so many of you are blindly going along with this just to please the guy in the White House is shameful. You have a responsibility to care for the people in your districts. And you're voting for a bill that's going to throw millions off of health care and rip food off kitchen tables all across the country. It's shameful. It is shameful. I'm disgusted that we are here debating this trash. And with that, I urge a no vote on the rule and a no vote on the bill. I yield back.
Man is a treasure. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Jim McGovern, is a fucking treasure. I swear to God. Every time he speaks, we should all I mean, don't you just love this? The work. He doesn't sleep for like days doing this stuff. I never stopped being unbelievably impressed by Jim McGovern and the fight in that man. And that's what I keep saying. When I lived in Manhattan for years, that's when I realized my people are in that part of the country. You know, like New Yorkers, people from the way you go. People in Massachusetts, the way you guys just never shut up. And then when someone tells you to shut up, you get more angry. And then you're like, now I'm going to talk more because you told me to be quiet. Like, never has it been a better time to never shut up. And I just cannot get enough. Like, there's so many representatives in Massachusetts that just blow my mind. Like Auchincloss, Jake Auchincloss, amazing. Seth Moulton, the way he dismantled Pete Hegseth, like the former Marine, Jim McGovern. There's so many reps in the Northeast that just keeps getting better and better and better and louder. And every time Trump tries to tell them to be quiet, they're like, now I'm speaking 10 times more today because Trump tried to silence me. And it's like, that's the energy we need, like that New York protest energy. Like, it's a good day to die because they are trying to pass legislation to make it so. Like, that is the reality we are in. And like, it is, we have to find our voices, and not just our voices, but when they try to shut you down, scream effing louder. Right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's never a better time to post videos on the internet, to get on the right side of history, because maybe we can't win this battle, but we will be on the right side of history. Just think of the Schmazzies. It doesn't matter how many wins they had. Nobody effing likes them. That's like MAGA, like celebrating mini wins that will lead to everyone hating them in perpetuity for all time. Like, you're winning nothing. Like, first of all, you're losing in the moment because you can't read or do math, and then you're just completely on the wrong side of history. Good luck. Good luck. And again, I will be monitoring this as it goes on all night. Like, as of now, let me refresh really quick because I just want to make sure there's no updates. Yeah, I think we're still. Is this really nothing? There's literally no more updates. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't think this has moved. Let me just check a couple more places because if there's anything I need to report, I want to make sure I do it before. Let me check my favorite people who update the news as fast as possible. Yeah, it seems like Republicans are... message for Trump's threatening Jerome Powell. Mom Dami is giving a speech. Awesome. I love Mom Dami. When all this is over, this big, beautiful bill stuff, I'm going to do like a whole live on how awesome Mom Dami is. I love that man. Oh, wait. This is what it was. Okay. Jonah Hughes said something on the House floor. Let me text this to myself really quick and pull it up live because this was the one. I knew there was one other thing. Hold on. Let me find this. Jonah Hughes is on the House floor talking some more S to people. Hold on. Jonah Hughes wants to know why Mike Johnson continues to leave votes open indefinitely for hours every time they don't have enough votes. So what they're saying is like, they were supposed to vote, but Mike Johnson doesn't have the votes. So what's happening is Mike Johnson is strong-arming people with Donald Trump behind closed doors. And instead of just being like, hey, we don't have the votes, like everyone can just go home until the next day, he just leaves the vote open for hours and no one knows what's going on. Like, that's why we're all a little confused right now. They don't have the votes to vote on the rule, but Mike Johnson won't just say that because they're like behind closed doors trying to like blackmail and strong arm people and promise them weird stuff. So this is Joe Nikius just on the House floor pointing that out. Like, what the F is Mike Johnson doing? The answer is he's busy. He's on his knees for Donald Trump. It's probably spraying that cologne all over himself while he gives him a Andrew Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that Republican leadership has issued a notice to their members that they aren't required to be on the floor, essentially an informal adjournment, notwithstanding that this amendment vote is pending. Is it appropriate under the rules of procedure of Jefferson's manual to keep a vote open while simultaneously declaring to members that they're free to leave?
Say what? What the chair would say to the gentleman from Colorado is that the under Clause 9 of Rule 20, the underlying minimum time for voting is 5 minutes on this vote. This vote remains open. So the minimum time is 5 minutes, and there's not a maximum time, nor to this chair's knowledge is there a requirement that during the vote that the members remain on the floor. As the gentleman from Colorado would surely know, it is customary for members to vote in the middle of a vote series, leave the floor, and then come back for additional votes later. So I hope that clears up any misunderstanding the gentleman from Colorado would have.
Mr. Speaker, it does, and I appreciate the Speaker's response. Is it customary for a vote to go over 1 hour?
It is not unprecedented, though.
There might be one time in the history of America. This is weird. This is not something that's done. Stop. God, they would say anything.
The chair is not a historian. You would have to.
Are you fighting?
Yeah, it's not normal. But he can say the truth. Okay, I have one more thing I want to show because I love this person. So I just also texted something else to myself. Hold on.
We have a president that is more committed to selling fragrances than he is to telling the truth. And they are negotiating with this person about bending the knee to him rather than bending the knee to the constituents. And
Sir? Sorry, this is my algorithm. It's really depressing. It's just people being terrorized by ICE. Sorry, Oda. We'll focus on immigration after Donald Trump grifts and robs us all. I think that's fair. I wanted to say thank you for the sub, Savannah. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it so much. You're amazing. I did not forget. I want to just refresh real quick and make sure I'm not missing anything. But I think we're at 4 hours and 4 minutes. Can we get to 600K really quick before we end the live? Let's all tap the screen. Let's get to 600K. Why not hurt our fingers a little bit more? And then just a reminder, let me just check my text messages and make sure I didn't miss anything. I think Pickles and I are going to debate tomorrow. Now, normally, lately, I think last time we might have started at like 3 p.m. Eastern. He's been sleeping a lot. So I'll text him and see what time he wants to start tomorrow. And I will let you all know. And then depending on what's going on, I don't know, like maybe I don't know. We'll talk and go over it. We'll keep updating during that live. But this vote, as soon as Trump essentially promises or they bribe or strong arm all these Republicans and get them whatever they require for their vote, then they're going to vote on this rule and then they're going to vote on move the bill to the floor and vote on the bill. And that in Trump's fake deadline would happen tomorrow at some point. Right? Oh, wait, what? Thank you, Yedis Thypers. Thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing. I couldn't even say that without laughing. Thank you so much for subscribing and also making my day. That was funny. Tap the screen. I love screen names. Like, it's such a great way to express your personality and your beliefs. I need to Like, so many people have the funniest screen names on their accounts. I need to change mine. We are almost to 600K.
You know that paper is more sophisticated now.
Thank you, Devil Dog, for following. I used to know, I mean, there's so many Marines, so it's like someone whose name is Devil Dog. There's this, I wonder, there was this lawyer whose name was Devil Dog that I used to, I'm sure it's not you, but thank you for following me. Every time I see a Devil Dog, there used to be this lawyer that followed me on TikTok that I'm like, God, too bad I lost track of that guy. Go Marines. Thank you for your service. And I'm sorry that we keep increasing the military budget and we never do anything for veterans. It's just a GD shame. It's embarrassing to live in this country. Wait, why is... Did the Twitch live? I'm so sorry. Oh no, I guess it's still working. I thought the Twitch stream stopped and I was like, God, I wish I would have noticed that hours ago. I think it's okay. I think it's just my computer. Thank you guys so much. So again, I'll be debating with Pickles tomorrow at some point. Just a reminder, if you have a few extra dollars, facts still matter. That's his literal screen name, Steve, as we all well know. He's going through a tough time financially and has raised so much money for other people when they are having a tough time. In the general chat in my Discord, I posted the links to his pay apps, but also you can just go to his link tree in his bio and find them. And if you have a couple extra dollars to help Steve, please, please, please do. Oh yeah, and Dust Bunny. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I should stop trying to be a mod because mods do it better than me. Thank you for pitching that. I'm always like 10 seconds behind the mods. It's probably more than that. Thank you. And so if anyone can help Steve, we need to raise like $3,500. He needs to pay his mortgage and things. He's had a ton of extra expenses. A few months ago, he had to put his son into rehab. His daughter needs to go to college. There's all sorts of things going wrong. When you have a marketing consultancy business and the economy becomes uncertain, it's not good. I could tell you that firsthand. So if you have a couple extra dollars to help Steve, please, please, please do. And thank you guys for being here. It's like when we do this together, it's like, I know this will forever live on the internet. And it's like, it's a way of keeping ourselves sane together. So I appreciate you guys all being here. And as updates come out, I will update you. Join my Discord so you get the latest updates. And I shall